They vanished. They burned. They whispered across millennia, in stone, cloth, and Incanly, to leave us staring into silence. From lost cities beneath the waves to codes no one can crack, these aren't just stories. They're humanity's deepest unsolved riddles. This isn't history as you know it. It's the shadows between the facts. Welcome to the most unsolved mysteries in history. You won't find answers here, only the questions that refuse to die. Before we dive headfirst into the unknown, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Trust me, you don't want to miss the next descent into history's dark corners. And while you're here, drop a comment. Where in the world are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Midnight in Madrid? Sunrise in Manila? Let's see how far this mystery spreads. The collapse of the Maya civilization. It didn't happen with a bang. There were no cataclysmic explosions, no final death screams echoing through stone corridors. The collapse of the Maya civilization unfolded like a whisper long, drawn out and devastatingly silent. This wasn't the fall of a single city, or even a single kingdom. This was a continent-spanning blackout. 1,000 years of temples, of calendars more precise than a Swiss watch, of kings who claimed to bleed stars and gods who demanded it all of it, fading into jungle. By the end of the 9th century CE, the cities of the southern lowlands, since shining jewels of the ancient world, were abandoned. Tikal, Calakmul, Copan, Palenque, cities that had held tens of thousands of people, cities that had pyramids bigger than anything in Europe, cities that, at their peak, were more astronomically aligned than the moon landing. And then, gone. No smoke, no sirens, just vines reclaiming plazas, howler monkeys screaming into empty halls, and the slow, swallowing quiet of time. Here's the strange part. The Maya didn't vanish. Their descendants are still very much alive speaking Yucatec, dancing their rituals, selling their crafts in markets of Guatemala, Belize, and southern Mexico. But the world they inherited, the one of city-states and stelae, of hieroglyphic texts carved in stone, of divine kingship, ball games, and bloodletting, that world folded in on itself and died. And to this day, nobody can say exactly why. Let's rewind. Because if you want to understand how something so colossal could collapse so completely, you need to appreciate just how colossal it was. The Maya weren't just a bunch of farmers living in the forest. They built one of the most sophisticated civilizations in the ancient world. Their cities were mathematically plotted. Their astronomy rivaled that of the Babylonians. They tracked Venus with obsessive precision. They had a fully developed writing system, logosyllabic, complex and beautiful, etched into jade, bark paper codices, and limestone. They had dynasties that lasted centuries. Trade networks that spanned jungles, mountains, and coastlines. They made chocolate into sacred ceremony and obsidian into scalpels. They could drill teeth, perform cranial modification, and measure time in katuns and baktuns. And then it all unraveled. By the mid-800s, inscriptions begin to go dark. The long count calendar entries used for tracking political events cease in most southern sites. Construction halts, monumental architecture stops. Temples are left unfinished, in some cases, hastily buried. Populations decline. Warfare increases. By the time the Spanish arrive in the 16th century, the great classic centers are ghosts, swallowed by jungle. So what happened? Theories abound. Let's start with the climate. There's solid evidence that the Maya heartland suffered from prolonged droughts between 800 and 1000 CE. Paleoclimatology think. Ancient mud, cave crystals, lake sediments shows a clear pattern of decreasing rainfall. The drought wasn't a single year. It was a rolling nightmare, pummeling agriculture season after season. No rain meant failed maize crops. And maize was more than food, it was the lifeblood, the sacred grain of the gods, central to myth, culture, and economy. Now imagine what happens when the rain god stops answering. When offerings bring no thunder, when priests offer their own blood and still the soil cracks. Cities that depended on seasonal reservoirs built to trap and store rainwater start drying up. Starvation sets in. Panic spreads, faith crumbles. But drought alone doesn't collapse civilizations. People adapt, they migrate, they build new systems. Unless there's something else in the mix. Cue the environment. The Maya lowlands weren't exactly sustainable. To feed growing populations, they clear-cut forests to make room for crops. Slash-and-burn agriculture, brilliant for short-term gains, slowly erodes the land. Add in urban density and over-farming, and the topsoil depletes. Erosion kicks in. Rivers clog with sediment. Resources dwindle. Now throw in politics. The Maya world wasn't an empire. It was a fractured landscape of competing city-states, each ruled by dynastic kings obsessed with power, prestige, and war. When resources tightened, competition turned to conflict. There's archaeological evidence of fortified cities, mass graves, burned temples. Wars weren't just over land, they were ideological, cosmic. Kings needed captives for ritual sacrifice, for performance, for legitimacy. But war is expensive. And when food is short, morale is low, and the gods are silent, things get messy. Internal revolt may have played a role. The social hierarchy was steep. At the top, elites, priests, astronomers, rulers in feathered regalia. At the bottom, farmers breaking their backs to feed them. In times of prosperity, that pyramid holds, but in famine, the whole thing topples. There are signs of hastily abandoned palaces, desecrated altars, collapsed buildings. Did the farmers finally say enough? Did the cities eat themselves from within? And yet, even this tangled web doesn't tell the full story. Because the collapse wasn't universal. The northern Yucatan, home to cities like Chichen Itza and later Mayapan, survived, and even thrived for a while longer. Some Maya groups shifted power centers, restructured societies, and moved north. Others retreated into remote areas and reformed in smaller communities. There wasn't one single fall. There was a regional, staggered, unraveling mosaic of collapses, each with its own flavor of disaster. Here's the real kicker. The Maya left clues, thousands of them, stelae covered in glyphs, murals, pottery, skeletons, but much of it is fragmentary, burned, buried, lost. And of the 4 known surviving Maya codices, 3 are held in European libraries. The 4th controversially authenticated, locked away in a museum. Entire libraries of Maya knowledge were destroyed during the Spanish conquest. Books that might have explained it all turned to ash by missionaries convinced they were the devil's work. So we're left with half the puzzle and no box cover. Archaeologists continue to dig. LiDAR scans are revealing whole networks of cities, roads, and terraces buried beneath the jungle canopy, proof that the Maya world was even more densely populated than we thought. New glyph translations are shedding light on names, dates, wars, and alliances, but the truth remains fragmented. A story told in stone, interrupted mid-sentence. And maybe that's part of the magic. Maybe what makes the collapse of the Maya civilization so endlessly compelling is that it resists closure. It's a mystery without a neat twist ending. A civilization that reached for the stars, tracked the heavens, mapped time itself, and yet couldn't escape its own entropy. It's a warning, a riddle, a mirror. Because the Maya weren't ancient aliens or mystical superhumans. They were people. People who built a complex world, watched it strain, and tried to hold it together as everything crumbled. And if a civilization that advanced, that resilient, that awe-inspiring could vanish into vines and silence, what does that say about us? Hold that thought. Because if the Maya left us with a cosmic question, the next mystery might just be their desert-dwelling cousins scratching answers into the earth itself. We're heading south, to a plateau, to an arid wasteland etched with secrets so vast you can only see them from the sky. The Nazca Lines. There's a place in southern Peru where the earth whispers in geometry, where ancient messages stretch across 200 square miles of desert floor, scrawled in lines so vast, so precise, and so confoundingly deliberate that they weren't fully seen until humanity learned how to fly. Welcome to the Nazca Lines, the world's most dramatic game of Connect, the dots, played by a civilization that left no rulebook. From the ground, it's a barren plateau flat, desolate, windswept, the kind of place where time dries out and dies. But from above, the landscape unfolds into a cosmic sketchbook. Spirals, trapezoids, arrows, a hummingbird stretching the length of a basketball court, a spider the size of a house, a monkey with a curling tail, limbs spread like he's mid-boogie. Over 800 straight lines, 300 geometric figures, and nearly 70 biomorphs birds, fish, trees, people and beasts all carved into the desert surface, most of them made by simply removing the top layer of reddish stones to expose the lighter soil beneath. No scaffolding, no drones, no satellites, just a people with sticks, string, and a disturbingly good sense of spatial reasoning. The Nazca Lines were first brought to global attention in the 1920s when commercial pilots flying over southern Peru looked down and went, "What the hell is that?" But the locals had known for centuries. Spanish conquistadors noticed some of the markings. Indigenous communities told stories of the great paths and sacred images. But it wasn't until the 1930s and 40s, when scholars like Paul Kosok and Maria Resch began studying them in earnest, that the world began to realize just how bizarre, how colossal this mystery truly was. The creators? The Nazca civilization. They thrived in southern Peru from around 100 BCE to 800 CE, though some of the lines may predate them, perhaps going back to the Paracas culture. The Nazca were no small-time tribe. They were a highly organized society with complex irrigation systems, sophisticated pottery, and an obsession with ritual. But their crowning achievement, hands down, is this vast network of geoglyphs, monumental art pieces that you can only fully comprehend from the sky. And here's the kicker. They didn't have the sky. There were no hot air balloons, no airplanes, no drone shots in Adobe Premiere. So the first mystery is brutally simple: how? And yet, it turns out the construction is doable. Not easy, not casual, but doable. Archaeologists and engineers have replicated some of the lines using nothing more than wooden stakes and twine, employing simple surveying tools and techniques. Lay out a grid, scale up a drawing, remove the top layer of oxidized pebbles. Bam! You've got yourself a 300-foot hummingbird. So yes, the how is technically solved, but not the why. And that, my friend, is where things get weird. Let's start with the practical theories, the ones with charts and degrees. One of the earliest and most enduring theories is that the lines are astronomical calendars. Paul Kosok, one of the first researchers, noted that some lines align with the solstices, particularly the June and December sunrises. Maria Reich took this idea and ran with Ithard. She spent decades mapping alignments, living in a tiny house in the desert, measuring shadows, calculating angles. She believed the figures and lines acted as a vast observatory, tracking celestial movements like a giant sundial. But here's the problem. When you have hundreds of lines pointing in dozens of directions, some of them are bound to accidentally align with astronomical events. It's like conspiracy theorists finding hidden messages in cereal boxes. The data is just too generous. Then there's the hydrological theory. This one says the lines point to underground water sources. Given the arid landscape and the Nazca's reliance on aqueducts and puquios, a system of spiral wells, it makes sense. If your society depends on water in the desert, you're going to map it, worship it, beg it to keep flowing. Maybe the lines were part map, part prayer. Another theory sees them as ceremonial pathways. Archaeologists have noted that some lines are worn down as if walked repeatedly. This fits with the Nazca's known rituals, which included processions, offerings, and bloodletting. Maybe the lines were meant to be walked as part of sacred performances rituals you could only appreciate once the gods looked down from above. But even then, we hit a wall. Because what about the figures? The hummingbird, the whale, the astronaut-looking humanoid. These aren't just functional lines. They're messages, symbols, icons. Their scale is absurd. Their execution, stunning. Some are drawn with a single unbroken line. Some only make sense when seen from altitude. So who were they for? Some researchers think the geoglyphs were offerings to Didia, specifically sky gods. Carve a bird into the earth so the bird gods know you're paying attention. Engrave a monkey so the monkey god doesn't flood your crops. A massive, visible prayer to beings you imagined high above. Or maybe they weren't for gods at all. Maybe they were for the dead. Some cultures in the Andes believed the soul ascended after death, lifting away into the heavens. Perhaps the lines were spiritual runways, departure gates for the next world. Follow the spiral, leave the body, head toward the stars. Then there's the elephant in the room, or rather, the spaceship. Because no unsolved mystery is complete without the ancient aliens crowd. Erich von Däniken, author of Chariots of the Gods, popularized the idea that the Nazca Lines were extraterrestrial landing strips. The logic? They're massive, precise, and you can only see them from the sky. Must be aliens. Never mind that many of the so-called runways are barely wide enough for a tricycle. Never mind that the figures are often raised, not flattened, and would make terrible tarmacs. The alien theory is like junk food for the brain, delicious, but nutritionally bankrupt. And yet the appeal is obvious. The Nazca Lines feel otherworldly. They whisper of secrets too large for the ground. They taunt us with purpose without promise. They're too big to be art, too precise to be coincidence, too ancient to be easily explained. But perhaps the real mystery is this: why do we need an explanation? Maybe the Nazca didn't carve meaning into every line. Maybe some figures were symbolic, others decorative, some were ritualistic, others just beautiful. Maybe the Nazca had the luxury to make art on a geologic scale because they could, because it mattered, because the act of creating something that only the gods saw the future could see was the point. Maybe mystery was the message. Consider this. The Nazca Lines survived precisely because the region is so dry, so windless, so untouched. There's no rain to erode them, no weather to wash them away. The very desolation that makes them invisible from the ground also made them eternal. They were not built to be seen by passers-by. They were built to endure. We're so used to solving puzzles, to lifting the veil, but some riddles resist. They laugh in the face of our logic. They invite every theory, then shrug at all of them. The Nazca Lines are like a cosmic joke, told in stone, a punchline we may never fully get. Still, we keep looking. Pilots fly overhead. Archaeologists chart every pixel. Satellites snap ultra-high-res images. And yet, standing in the middle of the desert, surrounded by silence and sand and lines that stretch to nowhere, you realize something. Maybe not every map leads to treasure. Maybe some are the treasure. One last thought before we leave this dusty canvas. Imagine you are a Nazca artisan. Thousands of years ago, you walk the desert with stakes and twine, dragging a crude plow behind you. You carve a line hundreds of feet long, knowing full well no one around you will ever see it in its entirety. Maybe not even your children or your children's children, but still, you draw. Because some messages are meant not to be read but to be remembered. And speaking of memory, our next mystery is carved not in sand but in stone, 50 tons of it. Just wait until you meet the faces staring out from the past with lips sealed tight and secrets even heavier than their crowns. If your brain's already spinning from the giant desert doodles, no one can imagine what's coming next. So, pause for a second, hit that subscribe button, and join us for the rest of the ride. And hey, where are you tuning in from? And what time is it there? Let's turn the comments into a real-time map of mystery lovers across the globe. The Olmec colossal heads. They stare. Not with eyes, but with weight. 17 monolithic heads scattered across the Gulf Coast of Mexico, stone titans, with faces carved into eternity, lips full, noses broad, jaws squared like war gods. Their expressions, impassive, unyielding, unreadable, as if they know something you don't, as if they've known it for a very, very long time. Welcome to the mystery of the Olmec colossal heads. Let's start with the facts, what little we have. The heads were carved by the Olmec civilization, widely considered the mother culture of Mesoamerica. They thrived from roughly 1,400 to 400 BCE in the swampy lowlands of what is now southern Veracruz and Tabasco. But thrived undersells it. These were the blueprint makers, the first to build cities, the first to carve hieroglyphs, the first to develop complex religious iconography involving jaguars, serpents, and gods with flame-shooting eyes. If later Mesoamerican civilizations were chapters, the Olmecs were the prologue written in obsidian. But their most iconic relics? Those are the heads. Each one is a singular marvel. They range from 4.8 to over 11 feet tall. The heaviest tips the scales at around 50 tons. All carved from massive basalt boulders, transported somehow from distant volcanic sources, often dozens of miles away, through jungle, across rivers, without the wheel. No inscriptions, no plaques, just stone men sitting in silence for over 3,000 years. So who are they? That's the mystery. The prevailing theory is that they depict rulers Olmec kings immortalized in stone. Their flat noses and thick lips are realistic, not stylized. Each face is unique, detailed down to the cheekbones and the frown lines. They wear helmets, broad, rounded headgear that may have served as protection in ritual ball games or signified royal status. Some helmets are adorned with plumes, bars, or insignias that may have marked identity or rank. This theory fits the broader Mesoamerican pattern. Later cultures like the Maya and the Aztec also deified their leaders. Kings weren't just men, they were conduits, divine, chosen by the gods. When they died, they didn't simply pass, they transformed into stars, into storms, into stone. But that doesn't answer the deeper question. Why go to this length? Why sink untold manpower and resources into carving 50-ton faces, then dragging them for miles without beasts of burden or wheels, just to plant them in ceremonial centers? Here's where the theories multiply. Some scholars suggest these heads were political propaganda, ancient equivalent of a colossal bronze statue in the town square. A ruler's face carved to remind his people, "I was here, I was strong, I am eternal." It makes sense. A 50-ton head sends a message louder than any speech: power, permanence, legacy. Others believe the heads may have marked sacred or ritual spaces, perhaps tied to ancestor veneration. Imagine a temple plaza, flanked by heads of deceased kings, their spirits presiding over every ceremony. Eyes not just watching but judging. And then there's the ballgame theory. That helmet-like headgear? It resembles what later cultures wore during the Mesoamerican ballgamia, brutal high-stakes sport that was part soccer, part gladiator deathmatch, part cosmic drama. Some have proposed the heads represent ballplayers, possibly even champions or mythic heroes, immortalized for their prowess on the court. It's not a widely accepted theory, but the Olmecs were definitely early adopters of the ballgame. the iconography fits. And in a culture where sport and religion were fused at the bone, a ball player could be just as sacred as a king. But the real mind-bender comes from what we don't know. No one knows the names of the people these heads represent. There are no readable inscriptions, no written records. The Olmec script remains undeciphered, fragmented into symbols scratched on jade and stone. Their cities, San Lorenzo, La Venta, Tres Zapotesware, abandoned before the rise of the Maya, long before the Aztecs carved Tenochtitlan from the lake. These heads are orphans of a forgotten world. And yet, they were found not buried in deep jungle crypts, but often just lying in fields. The first head was discovered in the 1860s by a farmer who promptly ignored it. Others were unearthed in the 20th century by archaeologists, who realized far too late that the Olmec weren't just a cultural footnote. They were the spark. But where did the spark come from? This is where the fringe creeps in. In the mid-20th century, pseudo-historians claimed that the heads showed African features, using this as evidence of pre-Columbian transatlantic contact. The theory was rooted more in projection than evidence, often ignoring the wide variation of indigenous Mesoamerican facial features. It also conveniently overlooked the fact that each head is differentsome, broad-nosed, some narrow, some grimacing, others serene. The Olmec heads, like the Olmecs themselves, resist generalization. And then there's the transport problem. These heads were made from basalt, quarried miles away, sometimes over 50 miles. No wheels, no metal tools, no beasts of burden, just humans. So how did they move them? Theories abound. Rollers made from logs, sledges dragged across lubricated paths, rafts floated down swollen rivers during the rainy season. Every method has its logistical flaws. And yet, the heads made it, again and again. So the real marvel isn't just the heads, it's the will. The will to carve a face into a boulder the size of a truck. The will to move it through jungle, swamp, and riverbank. The will to set it upright in a ceremonial plaza so that, millennia later, it would still be there watching. And watch they do. Their faces seem too knowing, too alive, too there. Archaeologists have noted that some heads face east the direction of the rising sun. Others appear arranged in purposeful alignments, possibly relating to cosmology or calendar cycles. In Mesoamerica, nothing was random. Everything had ritual weight. The day, the direction, the number of steps on a pyramid. So if these heads were placed with purpose, and they were what purpose? Some believe they were part of larger complexes plazas where rituals unfolded in the gaze of ancestors. Others see them as gatekeepers, guardians of sacred space, marking boundaries between the human and divine. And still others think they were tomb markers, massive gravestones for kings whose names we've lost. But perhaps the strangest thing about the Olmec heads isn't the how or the why, it's the silence. These are faces without context, monuments without manifestos. Unlike the Maya, the Olmec didn't carve long hieroglyphic texts. Unlike the Egyptians, they didn't leave behind grand funerary tombs. Their civilization rose, reigned, and faded, leaving behind heads and hints. A few ceremonial platforms, a couple of jade masks, some buried caches of axes, beads, and figurines. And yet they shaped everything that came after. The concept of divine kingship, Olmec, blood ritual, Olmec, calendar systems, sacred mountains, dualistic cosmology, all seated in the time of the heads. They weren't just the first, they were the architects of myth. And then, around 400 BCE, they were gone. The cities declined. The heads stopped. The jungle began to reclaim the altars. But the heads remained. Too heavy to move, too stubborn to rot, too iconic to ignore. Today, they're scattered across Mexicozome in museums, some still on site, some behind glass, some in open air. Tourists take selfies, scholars sketch measurements. But none of it gets closer to the truth. Because when you stand in front of an Olmec head, really stand there, close enough to feel its shadow, you don't feel like you're looking at a ruin. You feel like you're being judged. The eyes are empty, but the gaze is full. The silence isn't void, it's volume. These aren't artifacts. They're verdicts. And here's the kicker. They're still winning. 3,000 years later, we're still trying to explain them. Still failing. Still fascinated. They say history is written by the victors. But sometimes, it's carved by the vanished. In stone. In secrets. In a stare that doesn't blink. And just when you think you've grasped, just when the mystery starts to feel manageable, it shifts. Because our next tale takes us from the swamps of Mesoamerica to the high desert cliffs of the American Southwest, where another ancient people built wonders in stone and then vanished just as mysteriously. The disappearance of the Ancestral Puebloans, Anasazi. They carved cities into cliffs. They built roads that connected the stars. They lived where no one should be able to live, on mesas a mile above sea level, in arid deserts where water was a luxury and survival was a statement. And then, sometime around the late 13th century CE, they left. No war, no plague, no trumpeting enemy hordes sweeping across the desert, just absence. A silence that rolled over the American Southwest and never explained itself. This is the story of the Ancestral Puebloans, also known, controversially, by the name Anasazi, a Navajo word that translates loosely to ancient enemies, or ancestors of our enemies, a name that stuck. Despite the objections of some modern Pueblo people who trace their lineage back to these vanished builders. But whatever you call them, their legacy is undeniable. And their disappearance? One of the most haunting, unsolved mysteries in North American history. Start here, the Four Corners region, where Colorado, Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico meet like the crossed beams of an invisible X. It's harsh land, red rock, scrub brush, a sky that stretches like it's trying to escape, and tucked into the sides of sheer sandstone cliffs, homes. Not caves, not hovels, cities. At places like Mesa Verde and Chaco Canyon, the Ancestral Puebloans built apartment complexes that rivaled the population density of modern urban housing. Multi-story structures of sandstone and adobe. Hundreds of rooms. Carefully engineered kiva-circular ceremonial chambers sunken into the earth like cosmic plug sockets. Ventilation systems, drainage canals, irrigation ditches. These weren't desperate desert dwellers. These were engineers, architects, astronomers. Chaco Canyon in particular is absurd. At its peak around the 11th century, it was the ceremonial and administrative heart of a network that stretched for hundreds of miles. Roads radiated out from it like a spiderweb. Straight-line road scut with geometric precision ran across mesas and canyons, through terrain no sane road would ever cross, sometimes seemingly going nowhere at all. Why? Because they were never just roads. They were processional avenues, spiritual highways, lines of power. In other words, this wasn't survival. This was civilization. And then, in the space of a few generations, it all unraveled. Between roughly 1275 and 1300 CE, the major cliff dwellings and great houses were systematically abandoned. Entire communities packed up and left. The intricate roads fell silent. The walls began to crumble. The kivas went cold. And no one agrees on exactly why. Let's break the theories down, one by one. First up, drought. This is the big one. Tree ring dates. Scientists can read ancient droughts by counting and analyzing the thickness of tree rings. Shows that the late 13th century was a brutal time to live in the Southwest. A prolonged drought gripped the region, shrinking rivers, drying springs, and turning farmland to dust. The ancestral Puebloans were agriculturalists. They grew corn, beans, and squash. No rain meant no crops. No crops meant no food. No food meant no future. But drought alone doesn't explain the scale. Humans can endure a lot. Migrate, store food, adapt. The ancestral Puebloans were not strangers to hardship. They'd weathered climate shifts before. So what made this one different? Cue the second theory. Environmental degradation. Agriculture in the Southwest was a delicate balancing act. Terrace farming, water diversion, forest management. But over centuries, the growing population strained the land. Trees were felled to build structures and fuel fires. Game was hunted. Soil was exhausted. Irrigation required constant upkeep. The balance broke. Some scientists believe that by the 1200s, the region around Chaco and Mesa Verde was overpopulated and overused. When the climate shifted, the margin for error evaporated. Third theory. Social collapse. If you're starving, and your neighbor is starving, and there's not enough to go around, things get ugly. There's archaeological evidence of violence during this period: mass graves, burned structures, crushed skulls. Not widespread, organized warfare, but something more intimate. Community on community violence, internal unrest, resource raiding, civil fracture. Some theories posit that the spiritual systems that once bound these communities began to fray. The kivas, once centers of ceremonial life, fell silent. The road network so precise, so deliberate to empty destinations, faith, so central to ancestral Puebloan life, may have collapsed under the weight of drought and hunger. Others suggest a more organized migration. Instead of apocalypse, picture exodus. The people didn't die, they moved, south and east, toward the Rio Grande Valley, toward Arizona's Hopi mesas. And sure enough, those areas saw a rise in population after the abandonment. Oral histories among modern Pueblo peoples, Zuni, Hopi, Acoma speak, of long migrations, of ancestral journeys from the north. They say the spirits moved, the clans followed, the homes were left behind, not in terror, but in sacred transition. But that brings us to the central paradox. If it was planned, why leave everything? Why abandon homes, storage pits, ceremonial centers? Why not leave clearer records? Why vanish so completely that centuries later, Spanish explorers found the ruins and had no idea who'd built them? Because even in leaving, the ancestral Puebloans left whispers, footprints, art. Their petroglyphs and pictographs are scattered across the canyon spirals, zigzags, deer, human figures with sunburst heads. Some are calendar markings, others, maps. Some, just messages we can't translate. One of the most famous symbols is the spiraloglyph that shows up again and again, carved into cliff faces, inked onto pottery, etched in the walls of kivas. It might represent water, migration, the path of the sun, or all of them at once. Then there's the sun dagger. High atop Fajada Butte in Chaco Canyon, there's a rock formation where slabs of stone cast shafts of sunlight onto a carved spiral. On the solstices and equinoxes, the light pierces the spiral in precise symbolic ways. This is no accident. It's a calendar, a cosmic alignment. Proof that the people who built it tracked the heavens, understood solar cycles, and integrated that knowledge into their sacred architecture. And that's what makes their disappearance so maddening. This wasn't a primitive culture fading into obscurity. It was a high-functioning, complex society with deep cosmological knowledge, advanced agricultural techniques, and monumental architecture. And it didn't collapse overnight. It unraveled, piece by piece. One generation deciding not to rebuild a wall, another planting crops somewhere else, a final family sealing the kiva and walking away. And maybe that's the answer. Maybe there was no apocalypse, no single event, maybe it was death by 1,000 cuts. A perfect storm of drought, overpopulation, political fracture, spiritual crisis, and ecological failure. Or maybe it was a prophecy fulfilled. Among some Pueblo groups, the oral histories speak of cycles, of emergence and withdrawal, of places to be left behind, and others to be found anew. The old sites are not dead, they are sacred. Abandoned, not in fear, but in ritual, sealed with prayer, offered back to the earth. And yet, stand in the ruins of Cliff Palace, high on the ledge of Mesa Verde, and the silence is crushing. You can hear the wind snake through the windows, the call of a raven echo off the stone. But the people are gone. The fires are cold, the tools are missing, the rooms are swept clean. It's like they meant to come back, like they stepped out for water and never returned. And perhaps that's the final twist. We are the ones who left, not them. Because their descendants are still here living in pueblos in New Mexico and Arizona, speaking Tewa-Tewa, Karasan, carrying the stories in songs, dances, ceremonies. What we call a disappearance, they call a migration. What we call ruins, they call memory. But we're not done yet. Because if the ancestral Puebloans left behind stone staircases and spirals etched in desert rock, the next mystery is even more literal. A serpent, over 1,300 feet long, coiled across a Midwestern hilltop like a god that refused to slither away. The Serpent Mound, Ohio. A snake in the grass is one thing. A snake the size of the Eiffel Tower curled into a bluff above an ancient river valley? That's something else, something impossible, something alive, even though it hasn't moved in over 1,000 years. This is the Serpent Mound of Adams County, Ohio, a 1,348-foot Longyou effigy mound that winds and coils across a ridge, ending in an open-mouthed spiral that seems to be devouring what? A cosmic egg? The sun? Or maybe something deeper, something older, something we still don't have the eyes to see. There are no written records of who built it, no inscriptions, no names carved into its grassy back. Just a massive earthen sculpture, shaped like a serpent with an undulating body and a coiled tail, staring into eternity. Let's set the stage. The Serpent Mound lies in the Appalachian foothills, near a geographic anomaly called the Serpent Mound Cratera, deeply eroded impact structure or crypto-explosion feature, depending on which geologist you ask. The mound sits on a narrow plateau above Brush Creek, precisely aligned with celestial events, notably the summer solstice sunset and the winter solstice sunrise. When the sun hits the right angles, shadows fall in ways that feel less like coincidence and more like revelation. This isn't just an art project. It's a calendar, a temple, a myth in topography. But before we dive into the why, let's tackle the when and who. The dating of the Serpent Mound is, itself, a coiled mystery. For years, archaeologists attributed it to the Adena culture, which thrived in the region from about 1000 BCE to 200 BCE. This was based on nearby burial mounds and artifact stone tools, pottery, skeleton saw, classic Adena hallmarks. Then came the radiocarbon bombshell. In the 1990s, new studies tested charcoal from the mound's interior. The dates came back to around 1070 CE, during the time of the Fort Ancient culture. Suddenly, the consensus shifted. The Adena were out, the Fort Ancient were in. Except, not everyone agreed. Many scholars argue the Fort Ancient were more mound inheritors than mound builders. They lived near the serpent, sure, but did they shape it? The style doesn't match their known earthworks. The scale is unmatched, and those solstice alignments? That level of astronomical precision is not commonly attributed to Fort Ancient designs. So what if the truth is older? What if the serpent was first carved by the Adenur even a pre-Adena group and then modified or maintained by later cultures. It's happened before. Sacred sites repurposed, monuments reinterpreted. Time, after all, is a poor archivist. It leaves behind bones, but not intent. Whoever built it, they built it with purpose. Every curve of the body is measured. Every loop may correspond to a lunar phase. The head faces the summer solstice sunset. The coils align with equinox and solstice risings. Some have even proposed that the snake represents the constellation Draco, twisting through the northern sky, eternally circling the celestial pole. In other words, this isn't a snake. It's a clock, a cosmic dial, carved into earth, tracking not hours, but ages. But why a serpent? Serpents are everywhere in ancient American iconography. They're gods and monsters, protectors and destroyers. They slither between worlds, burrowing into the underworld, rising toward the sun. In Mesoamerica, the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl, a bringer of culture, a symbol of rebirth and renewal. In Eastern woodlands mythology, the horned serpent was a powerful water spirit, often dangerous, sometimes revered. And in some traditions, the snake swallows the sun each night, only to regurgitate it in the morning. So perhaps the Serpent Mound is a map of death and rebirth, a symbol of the cycle, or perhaps it's a warning, a guardian watching over burial sites. After all, nearby are multiple mounds containing human remains burials attributed to both Adena and Fort ancient peoples. But if it was funerary, it wasn't typical. No one was buried inside the serpent itself. It's not a grave, it's a message. Which brings us to the egg. At the serpent's head broad, open, flaring like the hood of a cobra, a large oval. Some interpret it as an egg, others say it's the serpent's eye, or perhaps its prey. Still others believe it represents the Sunor, even the earth itself, being consumed or born. Let that sit for a moment. 1,000-year-old earthen serpent, perfectly aligned to solstices, potentially swallowing the world. And we don't know why. It gets stranger. In 2012, high-resolution LiDAR scans of the mound revealed anomalies. Subtle shifts in soil composition, possible submounds, hidden alignments. It suggests there may be more beneath the surface, either earlier construction phases or something else entirely. And surrounding it all, silence. No inscriptions, no oral histories that pinpoint its origin. Native tribes today hold the site sacred, but the original creators, their voices are gone. Swallowed, perhaps, by the very serpent they carved. And yet, it watches. The Serpent Mound has endured colonization, looting, erosion, and amateur archaeology. It's been sliced by roads, bombarded with weather, and trod on by centuries of curious feet. And still it lies there, coiled in quiet defiance, the longest effigy mound in the world, whispering a message we still can't quite decode. Some see aliens. Of course they do. A 1,000-foot serpent aligned to the cosmos must be E.T.'s handiwork. It's nonsense, of course. But it speaks to the same itch that drives every interpretation the human need to make meaning. To see purpose in the impossible. To decode what was never meant for us. But maybe it was meant for us. Maybe the builders knew time would strip away their names, their language, their lineage. Maybe they carved the serpent not for their children, but for our curiosity. A question coiled in earth, waiting for someone to stare long enough and ask, why did they make this? And maybe the answer is the act itself. To create something so massive, so precise, so alien-looking in the middle of the American wilderness, without metal tools, without draft animals, without wheels requires not just willpower, but belief. Not just in gods or stars or serpents, but in the future, in memory, in legacy. The Serpent Mound is, if nothing else, a declaration, a message carved not in words, but in weight, not in ink, but in earth. And yet the mystery persists. Why here? Why this hill? Why a serpent? Why an egg? Why align it with solstices? Why make something so massive that no one from the ground can fully comprehend it? Here's the theory. Maybe the Serpent Mound was meant to be seen from above, but not by aliens. By the gods. Or the spirits. Or, just maybe, by the souls of the dead, rising. Picture it. A funeral procession winding up the ridge, ashes in hand, tears dried. As they reach the serpent's head, the sun sets in perfect alignment. A final light. A farewell. And as the spirit rises, it looks down not on roads or buildings or people, but on a message, a coiled promise. You were here. You mattered. And you are not forgotten. The mystery of the Serpent Mound isn't that it was built, it's that it still speaks. And it says something few monuments ever do. I will wait. And wait it has. Through centuries of silence, through storms and soil and the slow grind of forgetting. Until now. But we're not done. Because if the Serpent Mound is a riddle carved in curves, our next destination is a question raised in Stepsa City that rose higher than any other in pre-Columbian North America, then vanished without a whisper. The Mounds of Cahokia. There is a city buried under Illinois. Not beneath Chicago's skyline of glass and steel, but across the river, in the floodplains where the Mississippi swells wide and muddy and mean. A place few people think about when they think of ancient civilizations. A place that, at its peak around the year 1100 CE, was larger than London. A place where the skyline wasn't built from glass, but from earth. This was Cahokia. A city of mounds. Over 120 of them temples, platforms, tombs, and markers rising like earthen pyramids from the prairie. The largest, Monk's Mound, still towers over the landscape today. A 100-foot tall artificial hill with a footprint bigger than the Great Pyramid of Giza, built by hand, basket by basket, ton by ton, no metal tools, no beasts of burden, just sheer will. And yet, by the time Columbus stumbled into the Caribbean, Cahokia was already a ghost. Its streets had emptied, its temples stood silent, its people scattered to the winds. No one knows exactly why. It is, quite literally, the greatest city in North America that no one ever told you about. Let's rewind. Cahokia emerged around 700 CE, but exploded into urban scale between 1050 and 1200 CE. Located near present-day Collinsville, Illinois, it sat at the confluence of the Mississippi, Missouri, and Illinois River, a nexus of trade, migration, and power. This wasn't a village. It was a metropolis. Tens of thousands of people lived there, perhaps up to 20,000 at its peak. That's bigger than Paris at the time. Bigger than most European capitals. And it wasn't just about size. Cahokia was organized, zoned, engineered. The city was laid out on a massive central plaza flanked by mound complexes. Residential zones sprawled outward. Defensive palisades 20,000 logs worth of wall encircled the core. A wood hang literally. A circle of massive timber posts stood near Monk's Mound, aligning with solstices and equinoxes, a wooden calendar, a celestial tracker. The people of Cahokia weren't building randomly. They were building with cosmology in mind, sacred geometry, the universe mirrored in mud. But who were they? We call them Mississippianza culture, not a people. Not a single tribe, but a cultural horizon that spread from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico, linked by shared traditions, iconography, and religion. And Cahokia was their beating heart. These were not primitive folk. Their houses were aligned in neat rows. their storage pits were organized, their trash heaps made instead of diets rich in corn, fish, venison, and squash. They traded with cultures thousands of miles away. Copper from the Great Lakes, shells from the Gulf, mica from the Appalachians, obsidian from the Rockies. And then, somewhere between 1,200 and 1,350, it fell apart. The mounds were abandoned, the wood henge rotted, the palisades were breached and not repaired, the people vanished, leaving behind only ruins. Why? As always, theories. The most popular culprit is climate. Tree ring and sediment data point to a little ice age, beginning around 1,300 CE. Cooler temperatures, shorter growing seasons, unpredictable floods. Cahokia was built near the floodplain for its fertile soil, but that was a double-edged sword. In times of abundance, it thrived. In times of environmental stress, it choked. Then there's overexploitation. Cahokia's population explosion meant relentless demand for wood, food, and water. Forests were clear-cut for construction and firewood. Farmland was overworked. Wildlife thinned. Sanitation broke down. Disease may have taken hold, not necessarily introduced by Europeans, but homegrown epidemics of dysentery, parasites, and infection. There's also evidence of internal unrest. Mass graves, human sacrifices, signs of elite control tightening, then fracturing. One site near Monk's Mound revealed over 50 young women ritually buried, possibly offerings, possibly victims. Another grave held bodies that had been violently killed, possibly as punishment or execution. Was Cahokia a peaceful city? Not likely. It was powerful, and power is never neutral. Monk's Mound wasn't just a religious platform, it was the throne of a theocratic elite. The rulers here didn't just command. They mediated between humans and gods. They ordered mounds built, lives ended, temples lit, and walls raised. Their power was divine, and divine power comes with divine responsibility. When crops failed or floods came, the blame didn't fall on the gods. It fell on the priest kings, and perhaps they fell with it. Then there's the social fabric. Cahokia was cosmopolitan, diverse. People came from far and wide tribes, cultures, languages, all mixing in the markets and rituals. That's a strength and a fault line. In times of plenty, pluralism works. In times of scarcity, difference can become division. Add to that the rise of regional competitors, southern Mississippian centers gaining influence as Cahokia Wanadan, the exodus begins to make sense. But here's the kicker. Despite its scale, Cahokia left no written language, no codices, no inscriptions, no names of kings, no sacred texts, no battle records. We know it only through dirt and debris-boast holes, ceramics, bones, charcoal. It is a lost city in the middle of America. And perhaps most shocking, it was completely forgotten. When European settlers reached the area in the 17th and 18th centuries, they found the mounds, sure, but they didn't believe Native Americans could have built them. The myth of the mound builders, a lost race of white giants, or wandering Israelites, or some vanished advanced civilization, took hold in the colonial imagination. Racist? Absolutely, but also telling. Cahokia didn't just disappear, it was erased. Its memory paved over by cornfields, highways, suburbs. Even today, Monk's Mound sits between a highway and a water treatment plant. Most Americans have never heard of it. It's not taught in schools. There are no epic poems, no national holidays. And yet, Cahokia was the first American city, the first place on this continent where strangers lived together at scale, where religion shaped urban planning, where ritual and architecture were fused into landscape. It was a city of light, ceremony, and power. And now, it's grass, and trails, and signs with maps. But the mystery still stands. Who were the rulers? What did they believe? How did they build so much with so little? What stories were told around the fires? Who was the last person to stand atop Monk's Mound and look out across the city, realizing the end had come? Was it gradual? Did they know it was the end? Or did Cahokia simply fade, like a drumbeat slowing in the distance, until only the echoes remained? Perhaps that's the legacy. Not the fall, but the echo. Because if you stand on Monk's Mound at sunset, you can still feel it. The wind sweeping across the floodplain, the ghosts of a city that once was, the silence where 1,000 voices used to rise. And below your feet, earth, tons of it, shaped by hands that believed in something so strongly they raised mountains for it. We don't know what they called themselves, but we remember the mounds, and the mounds remember them. From there, we head high into the Andes, where knots hold secrets and strings remember stories in a language no one alive can read. The Quipu of the Inca. Imagine trying to run an empire larger than the Roman Empire over 10 million people, 2,500 miles of mountains, valleys, deserts, and jungle sand, doing it all without writing a single word. No alphabet, no script, no books, just string. This is the mystery of the Quipu, a system of knotted cords used by the Inca to record something. Numbers? Yes. Stories? Possibly. Taxes? Definitely. Time? Probably. Memory? Absolutely. But what precisely did the knots say? And more importantly, who could read them? That's what no one knows. Start with the setting. The Inca Empire, or Tawantinsuyu, stretched from present-day Colombia to Chile, dominating the Andes with astonishing speed and efficiency between the early 1400s and the arrival of the Spanish in the 1530s. This was no loose confederation, it was a bureaucratic juggernaut. Central planning, tribute systems, road networks rivaling Rome, storehouses packed with food, armies moved at will. Orders sent across the Sierra on the backs of relay runner Shaskihu passed messages like batons across the empire. And those messages? They were Quipu. At first glance, a Quipu looks like a tangled necklace-sewn main cord, with dozens, sometimes hundreds of pendant cords hanging from it, each tied with knots at specific intervals. The cords come in different lengths, different colors. Some are spun from cotton, others from camelid fiber llama, alpaca. Some are dyed blue, red, yellow, green. The knots come in several varieties: overhand, figure eight, long knots, single knots stacked like vertebrae. It's not a tangle, it's a code. But a code for what? Let's tackle the part we do understand. The Quipu was a numerical system. Scholars have confirmed that the knots represent a base, the 10th of December imal structure. Units at the bottom, tens above that, hundreds, thousands each level of the string representing a higher magnitude. It's accounting, taxation, census data, rations, military supplies. It's the backbone of the Inca bureaucracy, efficient, logical, fast. That part, deciphered. But then, it gets murky. Some quipus contain no clear numerical patterns. Their cords are knotted in ways that defy the accounting schema. Some have complex color sequences. Others include strings twisted in different directions, or clusters that appear symbolic. These aren't spreadsheets. They're sentences. Or, at least, they might be. And this is where the true mystery begins. Could the Inca have encoded language-actual spoken Quechua knots and chords? If so, the Quipu would be one of the only known examples of a purely three-dimensional writing system in human history. A language of fiber, a script you don't read, you touch. A few researchers believe this is exactly what happened. Gary Urton, a leading Quipu scholar, proposed that color, fiber, spin direction, and knot type could create a binary Kodea language with up to 1,536 words or units of meaning. Under this model, the Quipu wasn't just a calculator, it was a library. But here's the tragedy. We lost the key. When the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, they didn't understand the Quipuan that made them afraid. They saw it as pagan sorcery, a threat to colonial control. They burned thousands of them. Out of possibly hundreds of thousands of Quipus, fewer than 1,000 survive today. The rest gone, burned, lost, turned to dust under boots and fire and time. And with them, the scribes. Quipu makers called Hipukamayukswer, the empire's information elite, trained from childhood, able to encode and decode immense quantities of data. They were priests of memory. And when they were killed, or assimilated, or forbidden to teach, the chain was broken. It's like finding the Rosetta Stone, but never learning Greek. There's one tantalizing exception. In a village in Peru called San Juan de Colata, high in the mountains, 2 Quipus were discovered that appeared to be narrative, not numerical. Their structure defies known accounting formats. The chords are arranged in hierarchical trees. The knots are elaborate. The locals say they preserve the story of a rebellion, encoded by ancestors who couldn't write but had to remember. If this is true, then language in Quipu form didn't just exist, it persisted. So what else might these knots hold? Histories, myths, royal lineages, laws, calendars, possibly even poetry. Imagine, verses encoded not in rhyme or meter, but in fiber tension and color gradients. The Inca were masters of nonverbal information. Their textiles called tokopus were also coded, with different patterns and motifs representing status, region, or office. Clothing was language. Architecture, symbolism. Nothing in the Inca world was accidental, so why should we think the Quipu was? Now consider what it means to rule without writing. The Inca ran a complex empire entirely without a script. No scrolls, no parchment, just Quipuan memory. Runners memorized oral messages and carried quipus for confirmation. Messages were spoken, but the Quipu was the receipt, a check, a tally, a signature in knots. And it worked. The Spanish were astonished. They found warehouses full of organized supplies, corn, potatoes, weapons, textiles all tracked by Quipu. They found officials who could recite population figures, tribute schedules, and astronomical cycles down to the digit. So why didn't the Spanish just learn to read them? Power. Colonial control requires epistemic control. The Spaniards couldn't rule if they didn't understand the record-keeping system, so they destroyed it. They banned it. They forced the conversion to alphabetic writing, Christian iconography, European languages. Quipu became a ghost, but not entirely. In remote Andean communities, elders still remember. Not the full system, perhaps, but fragments, songs, patterns, ritual uses. In some cases, quipus are still used to record local events, births, deaths, marriages, not in code, but as memory aids. They are still sacred, still storied. And the mystery remains alive. Because if the Quipu is a lost language, it could change everything we know about the Inca. It would mean they weren't illiterate in the traditional sense. They were literate in a way we never bothered to understand. It would mean that centuries of oral history might still be encoded, waiting, in museums and private collections and dusty storerooms. It would mean the Inca left behind more than gold. They left a library we can't read. Here's a thought experiment. What if you were an Inca official in 1525 and you knew the Spaniards were coming? What if you feared the fall? What if you encoded the story of your people into Quipu, tied it with care, passed it to your son, and said, "Remember"? And what if that Quipu still exists? In a drawer, In a cave. In a box mislabeled miscellaneous fibers. Waiting. That's the power of the Quipu. Not just the mystery of how it worked, but the mystery of what it holds. It's not a riddle of numbers. It's a locked diary. A whispered secret. It's memory, knotted tight. And just when you think you've unraveled the thread, when you've mapped the colors and charted the twist, another knot appears. Tighter, older, smiling. And what comes next? Well, we've followed the strings of empire. Now let's turn to the stones. Massive, unmortared, perfectly interlocked stones. A fortress, maybe. A temple, maybe. A puzzle, always. You've seen pictures, but you've never felt the weight of Saksaywaman. If you've made it this far, through knotted strings, cliffside vanishings, and snake-shaped earthworks, you're officially deep in the mystery. So go ahead, hit that subscribe button. And tell us in the comments, where are you watching from, and what time is it right now? Let's see just how far this rabbit hole stretches across the globe. The purpose of Saksaywaman. You stand before it and you don't believe it. You walk its edge, touch its surface, trace your fingers along seams so tight you couldn't slide a human hair between them, and you still don't believe it. Not because it looks alien, but because it doesn't look possible. Welcome to Saksaywaman. A fortress? A temple? A riddle built into a hillside above the ancient Inca capital of Cusco. It's a structure that defies explanation in both purpose and construction. A wall, but more than a wall. A monument, but to what? No one agrees. It sits there, stubborn, in the thin Andean air, staring down on modern Cusco like a stone sentinel, whispering secrets in a language we no longer speak. Let's start with the stones. Massive is the wrong word. Titanic is closer. Some of the largest blocks at Saksaywaman weigh over 100 tons. Not 100 pounds. Not 1 ton. 100 tons. That's the weight of a fully loaded Boeing 757. Lift one of those. Now stack it next to another one. Now carve both to fit together so precisely, without mortar, that they've remained interlocked for centuries through earthquakes, storms, and time. And don't even ask how they moved them up a hill. Because they did. No wheels, no cranes, no pulleys, no draft animals, just labor. Organized, disciplined, spiritual labor. The kind of labor that turns engineering into worship. Saksaywaman was built so we believe during the 15th century, under the reign of the Inca Pachacuti and his successors. But even that's contested. Some say its foundations, or even entire sections, are much older pre-Inca, built by a civilization that left behind no name and no claim. The Incas may have inherited it, revered it, expanded it. But did they start it? Unclear. What is clear is that it was monumental and deliberate. The wall is zigzagging, 3 tiers of interlocking blocks stretching more than 1,000 feet in a lightning bolt pattern. Each tier supports the next. The fit is so precise that no cement was ever needed. Some of the blocks have over a dozen angles. They're not bricks, they're geometric puzzles. And yet, despite their irregularity, they slot together like Tetris pieces from some ancient cosmic game. Why? Partly for seismic stability. The Andes are earthquake country. Straight walls crumble under tremors. Interlocked ones flex and hold. The zigzag isn't just aesthetic, it's survival. But also its symbolism. Inca architecture was never just functional. It was sacred. Cities were laid out to mirror constellations. Roads aligned with solar cycles. Stones bore the weight of gods. The shape of the Saksaywaman walls may echo the teeth of a jaguaran animal sacred to the Inca, representing strength, guardianship, and the terrestrial world in their tripartite cosmos: sky, condor, earth, jaguar, and underworld, serpent. Now let's talk purpose. Was it a fortress? Yes, kind of. It had military utility. The vantage point is extraordinary, overlooking all of Cusco, with lines of sight that stretch for miles. During the Spanish conquest, the rebels used Saksaywaman as a stronghold, and the battles fought here were bloody and decisive. The steep access points, the sheer walls, the defensive towers it can be defended. But that's not the whole story. Because the Inca didn't just build for war, they built for ritual, for cosmos, for ceremony. Cusco itself was designed as a sacred city laid out in the shape of a jaguar, with Saksaywaman as its head, not metaphorically, literally. When seen from above, the city's layout mimics the feline predator, the sacred protector. In this model, Saksaywaman isn't a fort, it's a crown. And inside its grounds? Feasts, ceremonies, ritual games. Some accounts describe great festivals held here, especially Inti Raymi Festival of the Sun, where the emperor and thousands of people would gather to honor Inti, the sun god, at the winter solstice. Offerings were made, dances performed, speeches given, the entire empire's hierarchy reflected in the crowd: priests, generals, workers, emissaries. So, was it a temple? Yes, in spirit, if not in function. There's more. Spanish chroniclers describe towers that once stood atop the complex round, multi-tiered structures, now lost. The largest, called Muyuk Marca, may have served as a temple or astronomical observatory. Others were used for storage, defense, or water distribution. Some sources mention elaborate water channels carved into the stone, gardens, baths, and even golden statues. But most of these features are gone, stripped or destroyed in the aftermath of the conquest. Which brings us to the destruction. After the Spanish took Cusco, they feared Saksaywaman, not just militarily, spiritually. They dismantled it systematically, stone by stone, repurposing its masonry for churches, mansions, and government buildings. What you see today is a fraction of what once was. It's hard not to feel the grief in that. An empire collapsed, and with it, a sacred site gutted and rendered mute. The stones were silent, and so they were taken. The stories were oral, and so they were lost. The knowledge was sacred, and so it was banned. But even in ruin, Saksaywaman resists. Its walls still stand. Its stones still stare. They mock our ignorance. They dare us to understand. How did they cut them? Not with iron. The Inca had no iron tools, just bronze, stone hammers, and friction. Yet they achieved tolerances we struggle to replicate with machines. How did they move them? Not with wheels, not with pulleys, most likely with ramps, ropes, and enormous teams of people, but no one agrees on the method. No one's done it, not at that scale. How did they fit them? Not with blueprints, not with measurements, as we know them. Probably with templates, trial and error, and a tactile sense of geometry that bordered on divine. And why? That's the real question. Why build something so permanent in a world where nothing lasts? Why invest generations of effort into a site that, by the time of its completion, may have already started to fall? Why make the stones speak in silence? Maybe because Saksaywaman wasn't built for today. It was built for the ancestors, for the gods, for the sky, maybe even for us to remember. Its mystery isn't just in the engineering, it's in the meaning. And maybe that's what we've lost. The Inca didn't separate the sacred from the practical. To move a stone was to honor the cosmos. To build a wall was to chart a constellation. To shape the earth was to speak with the heavens. Saksaywaman isn't just a ruin. It's a manuscript, a myth, a monument to a worldview where architecture was prayer and labor was a sacrament. And we don't know how to read it anymore. We look at the stones and ask how. But the Inca might have asked why. And that's a mystery we're still trying to answer. But mysteries don't wait. Because just as Saksaywaman locks stones with impossible precision, our next enigma links continents with impossible coincidence. It's not about what we built, but where we came from. Stone tools, ancient DNA, Atlantic winds. Time to meet the Solutreans. Or maybe, just maybe, meet them again. The Solutrean hypothesis. Here's a story that sounds like it was ripped straight out of a prehistoric fever dream. 20,000 years ago, during the last ice age, a group of ancient Europeans packed up their stone tools, climbed into hide-covered boats, and paddled across the frigid Atlantic Ocean. Their destination? A new world no one would discover officially for another 19 millennia. This is the Solutrean hypothesis. It's one of the most controversial ideas in the archaeology of the Americas. A theory so bold, so heretical to mainstream scholarship, that it's been laughed out of some rooms, whispered about in others, and quietly obsessed over by a few maverick researchers who just won't let it die. The premise is deceptively simple. During the Upper Paleolithic period, roughly 22,000 to 17,000 years ago, a people called the Solutreans lived in what is now France and Spain. They made exquisite stone tools, thin, leaf-shaped bifacial blades so symmetrical they look machined. These tools were light years ahead of their time, masterpieces in flint, needle-sharp, delicately flaked, precise. Thousands of years later, across the ocean in eastern North America, a culture known as Clovis appeared. Their hallmark? Similar leaf-shaped stone tools, fluted points designed for big game hunting. Also symmetrical, also elegant, also technologically sophisticated. The timeline is tight. The styles are eerily similar. So, the question, did the Solutreans come first? Did they somehow make it across an Ice Age Atlantic, settle the eastern seaboard of North America, and give birth genetically, culturally, or technologically to what we now call the Clovis culture? It sounds insane, but not impossible. Let's build the case. During the last glacial maximum, sea levels were dramatically lower. Much of the North Atlantic was locked in ice. Theoretically, a Solutrean could have hugged the ice shelf from Europe to North America, moving along a corridor of seasonal sea ice, hunting seals, birds, and fish, using icebergs like stepping stones. Not exactly a pleasure cruise, but potentially survivable. Think Inuit-style technology, skin boats, bone harpoons, thick parkas, raw endurance. The distance from Western Europe to the North American coast would have been less daunting then than it is now, perhaps around 1,500 to 2,000 miles, depending on the ice edge and sea level. Still brutal, but not unprecedented. Humans had already spread across much of Eurasia. They had survived in Siberia. They had crossed to Japan. Why not westward? Proponents of the Solutrean hypothesis point to several clues. First, the tools. Solutrean blades and Clovis points share a rare trait, overshot flaking. That's when a flake is struck in such a way that it travels across the face of the stone and detaches from the opposite edge. It's a dangerous technion wrong move, and you ruin the piece, but it creates thin, sharp, deadly points. It's not common in other Paleolithic traditions, but it shows up in both Solutrean and early Clovis. Coincidence? Convergent evolution? Or cultural transmission? Second, the genetics. For decades, Native American populations were believed to descend entirely from East Asian ancestors who crossed the Bering Land Bridge around 13,000 to 15,000 years ago. But in recent years, genetic studies have found trisesmal, but statistically significantov, a mitochondrial DNA haplogroup known as X2A, in some Native American populations. This haplogroup is absent in East Asia, but present in some European populations. Does this mean Europeans arrived first? Not necessarily. X2A could have originated in Central Asia and migrated west and east, or it could be an ancient branch that split long before the Ice Age, but it gives just enough ambiguity to fuel the fire. Third, the archaeological breadcrumbs. In a handful of controversial sites along the eastern seaboard, Meadowcroft Rock Shelter in Pennsylvania, Cactus Hill in Virginia, and Page Ladson in Florida, researchers have claimed to find pre-Clovis artifacts. Some date as far back as 16,000 to 18,000 years ago. If those dates hold, and if those tools are human-made, then they challenge the Clovis first model that has dominated American archaeology for decades. And finally, the logic of human wanderlust. We've always gone farther than we should. Across deserts, through jungles, into mountains no one had climbed. If humans could reach Australia by boat 50,000 years ago, why not Newfoundland by 18,000? But here's where the case begins to unravel. The Solutrean hypothesis is seductive, but so is a mirage. For one, there's no concrete archaeological evidence of a transatlantic crossing. No Solutrean campsites in Greenland. No stone tools in mid-ocean islands. No bones. No boats. No DNA smoking gun. It's a theory built on stylistic similarities and temporal coincidence. The Clovis tools, while elegant, may have evolved independent analogous solutions to similar problems. And the timing's tight. The Solutrean period ends around 17,000 years ago. Clovis appears around 13,000 years ago. That's a gap of 4,000 years. A lot can change in 4 millennia. Cultures rise and fall. Technologies mutate. If there was a transmission, where's the intermediate evidence? Then there's the politics. The Solutrean hypothesis has, unfortunately, been hijacked by racist ideologues looking to push the narrative that white Europeans were the original inhabitants of the Americas. This is not only offensive, it's factually baseless. The hypothesis doesn't suggest that the Solutreans were white in any modern sense, nor that they were the primary ancestors of Native Americans. It's a fringe migration theory, not a replacement theory. Still, the association has made many legitimate scholars wary of touching it. Even those who are curious often whisper their questions. But the mystery remains. We don't fully understand the peopling of the Americas. Every time we think we do, a new site emerges, an older date surfaces, a paradigm begins to shift. Clovis first? Dead. Beringia only? Probably not. The truth is messier, more mosaic than monolith. Maybe there were multiple migrations. Maybe some came by land, others by sea. Maybe some routes were north to south, others east to west. Maybe the first Americans didn't arrive. Maybe they emerged from complex patterns of movement, intermarriage, cultural fusion. Maybe the Solutreans left no descendants. Or maybe they were just the first to try. And if they did cross, if one hide boat scraped its way onto a foggy New World shore, if one family made it through the ice, if one child was born beneath a foreign sky, then they changed everything. Not by colonizing, not by conquering, but by daring, by paddling into mystery. Because that's the heart of this whole debate, the human urge to go, to see what's on the other side of the horizon. To leave behind flint tools and fish bones and fire scars in a place no one remembers but the rocks. That's the Solutrean legacy. It exists at all. Not the tools, but the gamble. And, perhaps, that's why this hypothesis endures. Because it speaks to something primal. The dream that someone, a long time ago, looked across an endless sea of ice and believed there was something more. And they were right. But that's enough about stone tools and icy oceans. Because if the Solutreans left us nothing but a theory, our next mystery left a word. One single word, carved into a tree. A colony gone. No bodies, no ruins, no graves. Just Croatoan, the lost colony of Roanoke. It begins like a ghost story. A ship arrives at a lonely island, sails snapping in the salt air. On board, A man returns from war and across an ocean to find his home vanished. No smoke, no ruins, no people. Just trees, wind, and a word carved into bark. Croatoan. That's it. That's all he finds. No graves, no bones, no signs of struggle, just a word, a riddle, a name that might be a clue or a red herring, the beginning of one of the oldest and most famous unsolved mysteries in American history. This is the story of the lost colony of Roanoke, the first English attempt at establishing a permanent settlement in the New World. The story of over 100 men, women, and children who disappeared without a trace sometime between 1587 and 1590. A disappearance so complete, so perfectly unsolvable, that it has haunted historians for over 4 centuries. And, like any good mystery, it starts with ambition and a touch of arrogance. The year is 1587. England, under Queen Elizabeth I, is eager to stake its claim in the New World, hoping to challenge Spanish dominance and find riches like those plundered from the Aztecs and the Incas. Enter Sir Walter Raleigh, an adventurer, courtier, and favorite of the Queen. He secures a charter to establish a colony on the east coast of North America, in a region the English call Virginia, in honor of their Virgin Queen. But Raleigh doesn't go himself. He sends others. Among them, John White, an artist and mapmaker who becomes governor of the new colony. The group that sails with him in 1587 is different from previous expeditions. This isn't just soldiers and scouts. This is settlers, families, craftsmen, farmers, and crucially, women and children. They land on Roanoke Island, off the coast of what is now North Carolina. From the start, things go wrong. The supply lines are thin, the relationship with local tribe is tense and fragile. The colony is isolated, vulnerable, and under constant pressure. Disease, hunger, and fear spread faster than crops can grow. Within weeks, it's clear they need help. So John White sails back to England for supplies, planning to return quickly. But history has other plans. England goes to war with Spain. The Spanish Armada looms. Every available ship is commandeered for national defense. White, caught in the storm of geopolitics, can't get back to Roanoke for nearly 3 years. When he finally returns in 1590, the colony is gone. Let that sink in. 3 years? Imagine being stranded on the edge of the known world, low on food, out of allies, under threat, waiting. Days turn into months, years pass, no rescue, no reinforcements, just the sea, the trees, the dwindling hope. And then one day, you're gone. White finds the settlement abandoned. No signs of battle, no scorched earth. The houses dismantled, not destroyed. It's like they left on purpose, carefully, deliberately. As if following instructions. There's only one clue. The word Croatoan carved into a post of the fort, and the letters Crow etched into a nearby tree. Croatoan was the name of a nearby island, now known as Hatteras Island, and also the name of a local tribe friendly to the English. Before he left, White had instructed the colonists to carve a cross into a tree if they were forced to leave under duress. There is no cross. So what happened? Let's count the theories. Theory 1. They assimilated. This is the most plausible. The colonists, desperate and abandoned, may have turned to the Croatoan people for help, intermarried, merged, disappeared into the fabric of Native American life. Later, European settlers in the area reported seeing gray-eyed, fair-haired native children. Coincidence? Folklore? Genetic legacy? Some modern-day tribes in the region, particularly the Lumbee, claim descent from the lost colonists. Linguistic anomalies, family names, and oral histories lend some support to the idea. But hard evidence? still elusive. Theory 2. They moved inland. Perhaps the colonists struck out for the mainland, seeking better land or more security. Spanish records from the 17th century suggest rumors of white people living among native tribes far from the coast. Archaeologists have found scattered European artifacts, deep inland tools, beads, ceramics, but dating them precisely is difficult. Trade goods or relics of lost settlers. Theory 3. They died. Starvation, disease, or violence may have simply erased them. The region was hostile, both in environment and geopolitics. The English had strained relations with some tribes, particularly the Sekatan. Perhaps the settlers were killed or absorbed, their bones left to rot in the forest. Nature doesn't preserve failure, it buries it. Theory 4. They were abducted. Some 17th century reports speak of captured colonists enslaved by hostile tribes. One story tells of a boy with English features killed in ritual sacrifice. Another recounts a group of white men being seen building a 2-story house for a native chief. History? Legend? Colonial propaganda? Theory 5. Supernatural nonsense. Because of course, aliens, ghosts, interdimensional portals, Roanoke has inspired horror films, novels, and conspiracy theories. In American Horror Story, it's a haunted nightmare. In pop culture, it's code for disappearance with style. None of it holds water, but the mythos? Stronger than ever. So let's talk about the psychology. Why does Roanoke haunt us? Because it is the perfect disappearance. A colony founded on ambition and faith, lost to silence. A mystery with no witnesses, no survivors, no confession. It's an origin story that ends in a question mark. America's first missing persons case. And the truth is, we don't want it solved. We want it preserved. As a symbol, as a void, as the eternal what if. What if they lived? What if they thrived? What if they changed history from the margins? Or, darker still, what if they were the first casualty of a continent that never wanted them? Because that's the shadow in the corner of this story. The land wasn't empty. It wasn't waiting. It was already lived in, loved, fought over. The colonists weren't explorers. They were intruders. Their fate, whatever it was, is tangled in that truth. And yet, we keep looking. In 2012, researchers working on the Virginia Pars map, drawn by John Whitehead, discovered hidden symbols beneath patches, possibly indicating a fort site 50 miles inland. They called it the Site X theory. Excavations followed, artifacts were found, nothing conclusive. In 2020, another dig on Hatteras Island turned up English items in native contexts. Promising, ambiguous, another, maybe. That's what Roanoke leaves us with. Maybes. A word on a tree, a boat lost at sea, a colony that vanished like mist. But here's the final twist. The story's not over. Every dig, every bone, every potsherd, every rumor of blue-eyed children in the woods, they keep the mystery alive. Roanoke is not just history. It's a mirror. A reminder that colonization doesn't always end with victory parades and monuments. Sometimes it ends in silence, in trees growing through floorboards, in roots wrapping around dreams. And if you listen closely, maybe the forest still remembers. The sound of laughter, the cries of children, the word whispered by wind, Croatoan. And now, as we leave the empty colony behind, we descend deeper into the earth. Because if Roanoke disappeared above ground, our next mystery never even opened its doors. It lies buried, unentered, waiting. A tomb built by the first emperor of China, and sealed ever since. The Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, unopened tomb. It is the most famous tomb no one has ever seen. A subterranean empire built for the man who built an empire, China's first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, the conqueror who unified 7 warring states into one nation, who standardized currency, language, and law, who began construction of the Great Wall, who feared death so deeply he tried to cheat it with alchemy, and who, in a final act of hubris, ordered the construction of the most elaborate burial site the ancient world had ever imagined. An underground kingdom, a map of the cosmos in miniature, complete with rivers of mercury, booby-trapped corridors, and a ceiling painted with constellations. A hidden world sealed beneath a hill for over 2,000 years. And even now, in the 21st century, that tomb remains unopened. Why? Because sometimes the greatest mystery isn't what's missing, it's what's waiting. Let's begin with what we know. In 1974, a group of farmers digging a well near Xi'an in China's Shaanxi province struck something strange. Pottery shards, then fragments of clay limbs, then faces, life-size, realistic, too realistic. They had uncovered part of what would become one of the most astonishing archaeological discoveries of all time, the Terracotta Army. Thousands of life-size soldiers, infantrymen, archers, charioteers, each one uniquely sculpted, arrayed in perfect military formation, standing guard over the emperor's eternal rest. Not just soldiers, but acrobats, dancers, musicians, and officials, horses, weapons, a theater of the afterlife. And yet, as magnificent as the Terracotta Army is, it is merely the outer defense. The main tomb, the central chamber where Qin Shi Huang's body is believed to lie, has never been excavated. It remains sealed beneath a massive, tree-covered mound roughly 250 feet tall, its interior untouched for over 2 millennia. And that's where the mystery begins. According to historical records, especially the records of the Grand Historian written by Sima Qian a century after the emperor's death, the tomb is no ordinary resting place. Sima Qian describes an underground palace of staggering complexity, a model of the empire, with bronze walls and ceilings encrusted with gems to represent the stars. Rivers and seas fashioned from mercury, set in motion by mechanical pumps, crossbow traps rigged to fire upon intruders, priceless treasures buried by the ton. And then secrecy. Workers who built the tomb were allegedly sealed inside to prevent knowledge of its secrets from spreading. The location was marked, the entrance hidden. Time buried it deeper. When the Terracotta Army was found, it wasn't the tomb itself, it was the perimeter, the guards, the first circle of the emperor's posthumous paranoia. And yet the tomb has never been opened. Why? Several reasons: practical, ethical, scientific. First, preservation. The Chinese government has taken a cautious approach. In 1974, archaeologists rushed to excavate the terracotta warriors, but within days, the vibrant pigments on the sculptures began to flake and fade upon exposure to air. Centuries of preservation undone in hours. The lesson was clear: better to wait than to destroy. What lies inside the central tomb may be even more delicate: ancient textiles, scrolls, lacquer, wood, materials that require technology we don't yet possess to preserve properly. Then there's mercury. So much mercury. Soil samples taken around the mound show unusually high levels of mercury, consistent with Sima Qian's description of flowing toxic rivers. If true, any attempt to enter the tomb risks exposure to deadly fumes and contamination. Mercury poisoning isn't just a plot device, it's a real, lethal threat. And finally, traps. The ancient Chinese were masters of mechanical engineering: crossbows, tripwires, pressure-triggered devices. Some believe the tomb is rigged with defense systems meant to activate if the tomb is breached. Fiction? Maybe. But do you really want to be the archaeologist who finds out the hard way? So the tomb remains sealed. A relic of a time when emperors were gods and death was merely a change of address. But even without opening it, we can feel its gravity. Qin Shi Huang was obsessed with immortality. He consulted magicians and alchemists. He drank concoctions of mercury and gold, believing they would extend his life. Ironically, they likely hastened his death, poisoned by his own fear of dying. And yet, in a twisted way, he got what he wanted. He's still here. His name, his empire, his tomb. The Qin dynasty was short just 15 years, but it laid the foundation for every Chinese dynasty that followed. The name China itself derives from Qin. His legacy is carved not in marble, but in bureaucracy, walls, road sand, one unopened tomb. The allure of that tomb is unmatched. Every archaeologist, every historian, every adventurer feels the pull. What if we opened it? What would we find? An emperor's body, perfectly preserved? An undisturbed model of ancient China? Secrets of medicine, astronomy, governance? Or nothing? That's the danger of mysteries. Solving them risks ruining them. And so the tomb waits. Like a locked book with no key? It's there. We know it. We've mapped it with ground-penetrating radar. We've confirmed chambers, passageways, anomalies. But we haven't seen inside. We've only imagined. Maybe that's the point. Maybe Qin Shi Huang built his tomb not to be visited, but to be dreamed about. A structure designed to outlast time, not just physically, but mythologically. Not just to house a body, but to spark 1,000 stories. And still, the pressure mounts. Technology advances, preservation methods improve, public interest grows. One day, someone will open it. Maybe next year, maybe next century. And when they Dawen, the first stone is lifted, when the first breath of sealed air is tasted by the living, everything will change. Or maybe nothing will. Maybe the real treasure isn't inside the tomb. Maybe it's the unopened door itself. Because here's the paradox of mystery. The more it resists us, the more it defines us. The unopened tomb is not just a monument to a dead emperor. It's a mirror. We see ourselves in our ambition, our fear, our longing for permanence, and our dread that what we find inside won't live up to the legend. So it stays sealed, and we stay curious. And that curiosity is what leads us forward. Because if the emperor's tomb is a locked vault of imperial dreams, our next mystery is a vanishing act in reverse. Bones found, then lost. A fossil trail snuffed out in war, and no one knows where they are. We're hunting Peking Man, the disappearance of the Peking Man fossils. It starts with a dig and ends with a disappearance, not of a person or a city or a lost colony this time. The missing are bones, ancient bones, prehistoric bones. Bones that could have redrawn the map of human evolution. Bones that vanished not into time, but into the chaos of modern war. This is the mystery of Peking Man. It begins in the 1920s, in the dry hills of Zhukudian, about 30 miles southwest of Beijing. There, in the gaping mouth of a limestone cave, archaeologists found a skull cap. Not modern, not primitive, something in between. They had uncovered a fragment of one of humanity's oldest cousins, Homo erectus. And not just any Homo erectus. This one had potential. It had secrets. Over the next 2 decades, the site yielded more than 200 specimen skull fragments, jawbones, teeth, femurs from at least 40 individuals. Together, they told a story 750,000 years old. A story of upright walking, fire building, tool making, meat-eating hominins who lived in caves and braved Ice Age winters in what was then a very different China. And then, just like that, the story disappeared. The fossils were packed into crates in 1941, carefully cushioned for shipment. The Japanese had invaded. War raged across Asia, The plan was to ship the precious bones to the United States via the Marine Corps for safekeeping. They never made it. Somewhere between the storerooms of Peking Union Medical College and the port of Qinghuangdao, they vanished. Gone. No wreckage, no records, no bones. Just silence. Let's rewind a bit, because to understand the magnitude of the loss, you have to understand what was found. Homo erectus wasn't a new discovery in the 1920s. The first skull had been found in Java, Indonesia, in the 1890s, dubbed Java Man. But it was the Peking Man site at Zhoukoudian that provided context. Multiple individuals, a timeline, an ecosystem. Here were the remains of a community. They lived in a cave system now called Dragonbone Hill. They made tools simple, yes, but effective. They cracked bones for marrow. They controlled fire evidence of hearths and ash. They survived predators and bitter cold. They weren't human as we know it. Their brains were smaller, their brows heavier, but they weren't animals either, they were something else. Us, in prequel form. At the time, these fossils were the pride of Chinese science, a symbol of deep time, proof that China wasn't just a cradle of civilization, but a cradle of humanity. They were displayed, photographed, catalogued, and then packed. The plan was reasonable. The world was collapsing into global war. China, under Japanese occupation, was no longer safe, so the fossils were to be entrusted to the Americans, protected, preserved, but they never got there. What happened? That's the mystery. We know the fossils were created at Peking Union Medical College. We know they were moved to the U.S. legation in December 1941. We know the U.S. Marine ship that was supposed to carry them, the SS President Harrison, was attacked by the Japanese, captured, the crew imprisoned. But the fossils weren't on board. They never made it to the port. So where did they go? Let's walk through the theories. Theory 1. Stolen in transit. With war on all sides, looting was rampant. Military convoys, refugee trains, even diplomatic baggage was vulnerable. It's possible the crates were hijacked, en route to the docks, sold off. Lost in a warehouse, buried in someone's backyard. But no black market fossils ever surfaced. No Peking Man skulls at auction. No whispered artifacts in private collections. Theory 2. Hidden and forgotten. Some believe the fossils never left the medical college or legation, that they were hidden on site, perhaps buried for safekeeping, stashed in a wall or floor, never recovered. There's precedent. During World War II, cultural treasures were hidden all over Europe in Asia, paintings under floorboards, books in church crypts. Perhaps someone, fearing the fossils would be lost, chose to hide them. If so, they hid them well. Despite decades of searching, nothing has turned up. Theory 3. Destroyed. In war, things burn. Records, bodies, bones. The crates may have been destroyed during bombings. They may have been dumped in haste. They may have been pulverized beneath rubble or lost at sea. But there's no confirmation, no receipts, just disappearance. Theory 4. Moved, then misplaced. Perhaps the crates made it further than we think. Maybe they were stored in a nondescript building, a mislabeled container, a warehouse where human remains didn't raise red flags. And then time passed. Paperwork vanished. Memory faded. Some have likened the Peking Man fossils to the lost Ark of the Covenant in Raiders of the Lost Ark, boxed, stored, forgotten. Theory 5. They still exist, somewhere. Every few years, a new rumor emerges. A man in China claims his grandfather had a crate of strange skulls. A warehouse in New Jersey is said to hold crates matching the size and shape of the missing boxes. An old customs form surfaces in a Shanghai archive. Leads flare, then fizzle. Each time, hope spikes. And each time, nothing. But why does it matter? Because these weren't just bones. They were our bones. A window into our deep past. They held the clues to how early humans migrated, adapted, evolved. They could have helped answer the biggest questions. Where did we come from? How did we become what we are? And their loss is more than academic. It's symbolic. We didn't just lose fossils. We lost continuity, a thread connecting the ancient past to the present, a story we were just beginning to understand, silenced by war. But not erased. Here's the silver lining. The original excavation site at Zhukudian still exists. In recent years, new digs have uncovered additional remains teeth, tools, burned bones. The site is now a UNESCO World Heritage location. A museum stands near the cave. Students and scientists still come. The story continues. But the originals? Still gone. And that haunts us. Because somewhere perhaps, in a crate beneath a government building, or in a forgotten storeroom in northern China, or buried beneath a garden planted over a century ago, those bones may still exist, waiting. And they carry a kind of ghost weight. Not the ghost of people, the ghost of knowledge, the echo of things we almost understood. And there's something poetic about that. That in the middle of war, with bombs falling and cities burning, what someone tried hardest to save was a box of bones. A box of humanity. Because that's what Peking Man is. Not just fossils, but us, before history, before myth, before names. And maybe, someday, someone will find them. In a dusty corner, in a mislabeled crate, in a drawer that hasn't been opened since Roosevelt was president. Until then, the silence speaks. And we listen. And as we leave Zhukudian, as we rise from the dust and the missing, we look not forward but backward, into the twilight of legend, to a dynasty that might never have existed, but whose shadow still shapes China's soul, the Xia dynasty's existence. Sometimes, a mystery doesn't lie in what's missing, but in what was never there to begin with. There is no monument, no untouched tomb, no undiscovered ruin waiting for the perfect excavation. There are no inscriptions in bronze, no carved dates on tablets, no lines of script etched into stone declaring the triumphs of its kings. All we have is a story and a name. The Xia dynasty. According to Chinese tradition, the Xia was the very first dynasty, rising from the fog of prehistory around 2070 BCE and lasting until 1600 BCE. It is the alpha of China's imperial arc, the first line in the grand procession of dynasties that flows through Shang, Zhou, Qin, Han, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, Qing all the way to the present. But here's the thing, we've never actually proven it existed. Not completely, not conclusively, and that might make it the most important phantom in history. Let's start with the myth. According to the ancient texts written centuries after the Xia supposedly ruled, this was a noble dynasty, birthed in virtue and order, founded by a demigod named Yu the Great. Yu was the man who tamed the floods, who dug channels and canals to redirect the wrath of the Yellow River, who earned his right to rule not by blood but by merit. A king who worked so hard to save his people, legend says he passed his own house 3 times and never stopped to rest. Yu established the Xia. His descendants ruled for centuries, 17 kings, 13 generations. Prosperity, innovation, then moral decay, corruption, and eventual overthrow by the Shanga transition so dramatic it became a moral template for dynastic legitimacy. But everything we know about the Xia comes from later sources. Sima Qian's Records of the Grand Historian, written in the 1st century BCE. The Bamboo Annals, the Book of Documents, the classic of history, all written during or after the Zhou dynasty centuries after the Xia supposedly fell. In these texts, the Xia serve a clear function: to create a foundation for Chinese civilization, to show that order preceded chaos, that there was a legitimate beginning, that the mandate of heaven has a lineage. But here's the problem. Archaeology doesn't play along. Unlike the Shang, whose cities, oracle bones, and bronze artifacts shout their existence across millennia, the Xia remains stubbornly invisible. No confirmed palaces, no inscriptions, no royal tombs, no dated documents. Only pottery, only earth. This is where the early Tu culture enters the frame. In the early 20th century, archaeologists began excavating a site in Henan Provincian area filled with ancient ruins dating to around 1900–1500 BCE. They uncovered urban layouts, rammed earth palaces, burial sites with clear social hierarchies, bronze artifacts, jade carvings, a sophisticated, centralized society emerging just before the Shang. They called it Erlitu. It had the right timeline, the right geography, the right level of complexity. And yet, not a single mention of Xia. So here's the riddle. Is Erlitu the Xia? Or is it just a nameless civilization that was retroactively written into history? Supporters argue that the archaeological silence doesn't mean absence. They point out that early writing was likely on perishable materials: wood, bamboo, silk that didn't survive. That the Shang only become epigraphically visible with the advent of oracle bones, and we shouldn't hold the Xia to a higher standard. They also argue that myths often preserve kernels of truth. The story of Yu the Great echoes real environmental trauma. The Yellow River is notorious for catastrophic floods. Ancient China's earliest legends revolve around water, not coincidence, but memory. Perhaps Yu's flood control was real, metaphorized into godhood. But critics say, wait, the timeline is slippery. The texts were written long after the fact. And we know the Zhou, who overthrew the Shang, had a vested interest in proving that kings could be overthrown when they lost virtue, just as they claimed the Shang had overthrown the Xia. The narrative is cyclical. Convenient, too neat. So maybe the Xia were a myth invented to justify rebellion. A fictional prelude. A noble lie. But here's where it gets interesting. Even if the Xia were a myth, they became real. They entered the DNA of Chinese identity. They were taught, believed, honored. Emperor after emperor traced their lineage back to Yu. Xia became a surname, a symbol, a point of pride. Mao Zedong himself claimed the Yellow Emperor, semi-mythical ancestor of Yuas, part of China's eternal revolutionary spirit. So what does it mean when a civilization that may never have existed becomes the cornerstone of one of the world's oldest cultures? It means myth matters. It means that history is not just about what happened, but what people believe happened. And that belief shapes reality. Today, the Xia are included in every schoolbook in China. Their timeline is printed on museum placards. They are taught as the first dynasty. Erlitu is increasingly interpreted through their lens, despite the lack of textual confirmation. The past is not dead, it's curated. And perhaps that's the real mystery. Not whether the Xia existed, but whether it matters if they did. Because the story of the Xia isn't about cities or artifacts. It's about legitimacy, order, the idea that, from the very beginning, China was unified, moral, just, that there was always a center. A first king who tamed the floods and passed the crown not to his son, but to the best man until that ideal broke down and dynasty became dynasty. The Xia story is the spine of dynastic morality. It sets the tone. It draws the line between heaven and earth. And even if it's a fable with power. It has shaped how generations view their rulers, their rights, their place in the cosmos. It gave rise to the mandate of heaven, to the notion that kings rule by virtue, not blood, that rebellion is justified when order is broken. That is not a minor legacy. And that's why the Xia endure. Even if they didn't exist, they still matter. Because sometimes the greatest mystery isn't whether something happened. It's how it became true anyway. And now, from the unseen to the unbelievable, from the mythic dynasty to a mystery carved deep underground, not in story, but in stone. A series of caves, precisely sculpted, purpose unknown, built by hands we can't trace. Welcome to Longyou, the Longyou Caves. In 1992, a farmer in Zhejiang province did something simple. He emptied a pond. What he found beneath was not mud or rock or the forgotten bones of some ancient animal. What he found was a door. Not a literal door, but an opening leading down into something impossibly vast. He kept digging. So did his neighbors. Eventually, the water was drained, and what emerged was not a natural cave, not a mine, not a tomb, but an entire underground complex. Carved chambers, pillars, walls, stairs, ceilings so high they swallowed light. One cave, then two, then 5, then 24. Today, we call them the Longyou Caves. And we don't know who built them. We don't know when. We don't know why. We don't know how. It is one of the most overlooked, understudied, and utterly unfathomable archaeological enigmas in the world. An entire subterranean world dug into sandstone with such precision, scale, and mystery that it makes the phrase lost civilization feel not just dramatic but possible. Let's begin with the facts. The Longyou Caves are located near the village of Xianbeikun in Zhejiang province, southeastern China. At least 24 individual caverns have been discovered. Each is carved entirely by hand into solid siltstone. The interiors are massive, measuring over 100 feet high and nearly as wide, with flat walls, towering columns, intricate staircases, and strange stone platforms. And then there's the surface detail. The walls are uniformly patterned, chiseled with a repeating ripple-like texture that covers nearly every inch of the rock. A signature, perhaps. A technique. A code. No one knows. Each cave is unique, but they share architectural similarities, suggesting a unified plan. The layout is deliberate. The geometry, coherent. These were not natural formations or accidental excavations. They were engineered, designed. And here's the part that truly baffles. There is no record of their construction. None. No ancient text, no legend, no inscription, no oral history, no mention in the Imperial archives, nothing in the regional folklore, nothing passed down from generation to generation. It's as if the moment the last chisel left the stone, everyone who built them simply forgot they existed. That shouldn't be possible. Because this wasn't a weekend project, conservative estimates suggest that each cave would have required removing thousands of tons of rock. Multiply that by 24. That's hundreds of thousands of cubic meters of stone, excavated, hauled, and hidden. The manpower, organization, and time required is staggering. And yet, the caves were hidden under shallow ponds for centuries, their scale and significance completely unknown. Why? Let's look at the theories. Theory 1. Ancient storage or military bunkers. Some suggest the caves were meant for grain storage or military defense, but the scale seems excessive. These are not simple storage pits. They are vast, ornate chambers with architectural flourish pillars carved not just for support, but for symmetry. Rooms designed not for utility, but for effect. And there's no evidence of storage infrastructure, no remnants of grain, no tools, no weapons, no residue. Theory 2. underground palaces or temples. Perhaps the caves were ritualistic, sacred spaces, but again no iconography, no carvings of deities, no altars, no bones, no sacrificial remains, nothing to suggest religion. They are blank slates. They don't echo with prayer, they echo with silence. Theory 3. Quarries. This is the most utilitarian explanation. Maybe the caves were ancient quarries, dug for stone. But if so, where's the stone? There's no record of the extracted material being used in regional construction. No match in local buildings. And who carves a quarry with symmetry, with patterned walls? Quarries are jagged, brutal. These caves are beautiful. Theory 4. A forgotten civilization. Here's where things get speculative. What if the caves are the last traces of a society that vanished before history began recording? A culture advanced enough to plan large-scale subterranean projects, disciplined enough to coordinate mass excavation, and mysterious enough to leave no trace of its existence outside these chambers. It sounds dramatic, fringe, almost laughable. But then you look at the walls, the ceilings, the chiseling, the sheer ambition, and you stop laughing, because something very strange happened here. And we can't explain it. Theory 5. The caves are symbolic or performative. Some have suggested that the caves were constructed for symbolic reasons, ritual spaces, whose very emptiness is the point, places of initiation, or performance, or transformation, like a temple without a god. A cathedral of silence. But again, we have no text to support it, no cultural context, just the spaces themselves. And what spaces they are. To walk inside the Longyou Caves is to enter another logic. They are cool, even in summer. Quiet, even as the world above bustles. The sound of footsteps echoes like thunder. The carved ripples on the walls catch light and shadow in ways that feel almost deliberate, like the inside of a seashell or the folds of fabric carved into marble. Some rooms have raised platforms, others, strange niches or windows. In a few caves, there are hints of ancient water systems, channels, grooves, maybe drainage, suggesting the caves were never meant to flood. They were meant to breathe. But they didn't. They drowned. Over time, the caves filled with water, transforming into quiet ponds. Locals fished from them for generations, never knowing what lay beneath. Until that one farmer drained his pond and opened a hole into history. And yet, after decades of study, we still don't know who built them. Carbon dating can't help. There's no organic material to test. No soot from fires, no wood. No parchment. The caves are too sterile, too clean, too empty. And perhaps that's the most maddening part. They seem preserved for a reason. They feel deliberate. They feel like a message written in stone, but in a language we never learned to read. Or maybe they were never meant for us. Maybe they were built by people who thought the caves would speak for themselves, that the act of making them was the meaning, that future generations us would understand. And we don't? Not yet. The Longyou Caves are a question carved underground. A question without context. A riddle without a frame. They are a monument to the unknown, to the human capacity for effort, for imagination, for creation, without expectation of reward. And maybe that's the answer. Maybe the mystery is the point. That someone, somewhere, chose to create something massive, perfect, and hidden. Not to be seen, not to be remembered, just to be. And now, having stood in stone silence, we turn once more toward fire. Not metaphorical fire, but molten metal. Because while the Longyou Caves echo with mystery, the next enigma sings with bronze. A civilization that shattered every expectation, and then disappeared. The Sanxingdui civilization. The mask stares back. It is bronze, immense, hollow-eyed and sharp-featured, with ears that jut sideways like wings and pupils that bulge outward as if shocked by what they've seen. The face is unearthly, regal, alien, otherworldly, and it is old. So old, it rewrites what we thought we knew about ancient China. This is Sanxingdui, a civilization so advanced, so artistically bizarre, so technically bold, that when its relics were first unearthed in the 1980s, archaeologists thought they were part of an elaborate hoax. But they weren't. They were real. And the civilization that created them? Still mostly a mystery. The story of Sanxingdui begins, as all good stories do, with an accident. In 1929, a farmer in Sichuan province was digging a ditch when he struck something hard. Not rock, not wood, but jade. He uncovered a pit full of ancient artifacts, pottery shards, stone tools, jade blades. People noticed. But then the artifacts vanished into black markets and private collections. Decades passed. And then, in 1986, everything changed. That year, 2 massive sacrificial pits were found, deep rectangular holes filled with hundreds of broken and burned objects. Bronze masks, elephant tusks, gold scepters, trees made of metal, life-size statues, bird-headed figures, and a bronze mask with bulging eyes wider than a man's chest. It was as if a culture had taken everything sacred, everything powerful, everything strange, and buried it. Deliberately, ceremonially, then disappeared. Sanxingdui is not like the Shang dynasty, the widely recognized and contemporaneous Bronze Age culture of the Yellow River Valley. The Shang left behind oracle bones, cities, lineage. Their bronzes were ceremonial, but conservative tiger-faced wine vessels, cowrie containers, weapons etched with ancestor names. But Sanxingdui? Sanxingdui made art that looks like it came from another planet. They built masks with wide, flat cheeks and horizontal eyes stretching to the temples. They crafted bronze trees 9 feet tall, crowned with dragons, birds, and mythical fruit. They designed statues of men standing on pedestals, holding objects like ritual tools or symbolic artifacts. They cast sun discs adorned with curling flames and stylized dragons. Nothing else in ancient China looks like this. Nothing else in the world looks like this. So who were they? That's the core of the mystery. Archaeologists now believe that the Sanxingdui culture flourished from around 1200 BCE to 1000 BCE during China's Bronze Age, roughly concurrent with the Shang dynasty. But they were not Shang. Sanxingdui was its own thing, its own kingdom, its own language, its own gods. Located along the Min River in the Sichuan Basin, far from the Yellow River heartland, Sanxingdui seems to have developed independently. This wasn't a provincial offshoot. This was a parallel civilization, one with metallurgy that rivaled and even exceeded that of the Shang. Their bronze work was astonishing. Casting such large and complex figures required sophisticated techniques, multi-part molds, high-temperature furnaces, expert labor. They weren't just experimenting. They knew what they were doing. And their artistic vision? Utterly unique. No 2 masks are the same. Some have ears like horns. Others wear elaborate headdresses. Some seem human. Others don't. The eyes are especially unsettling, elongated, exaggerated, sometimes protruding like antennas. Scholars speculate they may represent shamans in trance, or gods, or spiritual intermediaries. Or maybe they're meant to be seen by gods, not humans. Whatever the case, they were buried with purpose. The 2 main pits contained over 1,000 artifacts burned, broken, carefully arranged. These weren't refuse dumps. They were sacrificial offerings. But to whom? We don't know. Sanxingdui left no written records, no inscriptions, no names, no royal lists. no myths. Their language, if they had one, is lost. Their religion? Hinted at in masks and motifs, but unspoken. So all we have is the art. And the art is screaming. It tells of a world where the spirit and material overlapped, where bronze wasn't just a metal, it was a portal, a vessel, a mirror. Some theorize that the Sanxingdui people worshipped ancestors or nature spirits. Others suggest solar worship. The sun disks are strong evidence. Still others point to totemic animals, mythic trees, or sky gods. There's even speculation that the masks represent attempts to embody divine vision, literally seeing as gods see. It's all possible, and all guesswork. In 2021, 6 more pits were discovered near the original site. Inside were even more artifact silk, ivory carvings, gold masks, jade blades, miniature altars. Some pieces were fused together in fire, others were placed gently, reverently. And again, no writing, only silence. That silence raises the biggest question: what happened? Why did Sanxingdui vanish? The site shows no signs of war, no burning cities, no mass graves, no conquest. One theory is environmental collapse. Perhaps an earthquake rerouted the Min River, drying up Sanxingdui's lifeline. Maybe the people migrated, merged with neighboring cultures, and disappeared into history's blind spot. Another possibility is ritual abandonment. Maybe they didn't fall. Maybe they left. Some scholars believe the burial pits mark a ceremonial closing of an era, an intentional sealing of power. Bury the gods and move on. Find a new place. Start again. If so, it may have worked. About 40 miles away lies another mysterious site, Jinsha. Discovered in 2001, Jinsha dates from around 1000 BCE, the same time Sanxingdui vanishes. It shares similar art, similar motifs, similar metals. Could it be a successor state? A relocated capital? A spiritual descendant? Perhaps. But the connection isn't certain. Nothing in this story is. That's what makes it beautiful. Sanxingdui is a civilization that stepped onto the stage of history, screamed its soul into bronze and then left. No explanation. No closure. Just art. Haunting. Alien. Impossible art. It challenges every assumption we make about ancient China, that it was a single river valley, a single cultural arc, a straight line from Shang to Zhou to Qin. Sanxingdui is the detour, the wild card, the secret chapter that makes the whole book feel deeper. And it reminds us of something essential. That history is not a straight road. It's a jungle, twisting paths, hidden forks, whole worlds lost to weather and time. And when we find them, we shouldn't rush to explain. We should listen. Because in the silence of Sanxingdui, there is a voice. It doesn't speak Chinese. It doesn't speak anything. It just looks at you through bronze eyes, a meter wide, and asks, "What else have you forgotten?" And if Sanxingdui is the echo of a vanished kingdom, our next mystery is the whisper of a vanished king. A fire, a rebellion, a body never found. Was he burned? Or did he escape? The death of Emperor Jianwen. There are many ways to disappear in history. In the ruins of a lost city, under the silt of a dried-up river, between the pages of myth. But sometimes, disappearance takes a more dangerous form. A political vanishing. A calculated erasure. Not a civilization, but a single man removed from the world, removed from memory, yet never truly confirmed as dead. This is the story of Emperor Jianwen of the Ming Dynasty. A ruler whose fate is one of China's most enduring historical enigmas. He was emperor, then he wasn't. He was alive, then maybe dead. And maybe, just maybe, he lived out his days in shadows, shaved his head, donned a monk's robe, and walked the country he once ruled, unseen. Let's wind back the clock. The year is 1398. The Ming dynasty is new but powerful, established by Zhu Yuanzhang, the Hongwu emperor, a peasant-turned-warrior-turned-emperor who clawed his way to the top through force and faith. When he died, the throne passed not to a seasoned warlord, but to his grandson, Zhu Yunwen, who became the Jianwen emperor at the age of 21. Young, scholarly, idealistic, Jianwen came to power in a court full of threats. Chief among them, his uncles. The Hongwu emperor had many sons, powerful land-owning princes scattered across the empire, each with his own army. Among them was Zhu Di, the prince of Yan Jianwen's uncle, a hardened general stationed in the north, in command of the elite Ming forces guarding the frontier against Mongol incursions. Zhu Di was everything Jianwen was not. Older, militarized, popular with the army, and dangerously ambitious. Jianwen knew it. So he made a decision that would define his reign and possibly end it. He tried to strip the power of the imperial princes. It was a reformist campaign, cloaked in Confucian virtual restore centralized authority, rein in the warlords, strengthen the throne. But the princes saw it for what it was, a purge. Some were arrested, others disappeared. One committed suicide. Zhu Di, sensing the noose tightening, rebelled. And just like that, civil war. The Jingnan Campaign. For 3 years, Zhu Di marched south, battle after battle, city after city. He painted himself as a loyal uncle, cleansing the court of evil ministers who misled the emperor. But make no mistake, this was a war for the throne. In 1402, Zhu Di reached Nanjing, the capital. He breached the city. He took the palace. And then, fire. The imperial palace went up in flames. Smoke blackened the sky. Corpses were found inside. 3 charred bodies. Officials declared them to be the emperor, his empress, and his son. But were they? Zhu Di declared victory. He claimed the throne. He became the Yongle Emperor Roni of the most powerful rulers in Chinese history, the man who would build the Forbidden City, commission the Yongle Encyclopedia, launch the voyages of Zheng He. But Jianwen? Never confirmed dead. And that's where the mystery begins. Because from the moment Zhu Di took power, rumors began to swirl. That the body wasn't Jianwen's, that he had escaped, that the fire was a cover, that he had fled the palace in disguise, maybe as a monk, maybe with loyal guards, maybe through secret tunnels or underground passages, that he had shaved his head, renounced the world, and vanished into the countryside. That he lived, and that scared Yongle. How do we know? Because he hunted. In the years following his ascension, Yongle dispatched secret agents and envoys across the empire, especially to Buddhist monasteries, looking for clues, for whispers, for any sign of a wandering monk who used to wear a crown. Some say he found one. One account tells of a monk apprehended in the south, interrogated in secret. He claimed to be no one, a simple man of faith, but when brought before the emperor, he burst into tears. Yongle, shaken, released him. Was it Jianwen? We don't know. But the fact that Yongle kept looking years after the throne was secure says something. This wasn't paranoia. It was guilt. Because what if Jianwen really had survived? What if the man Yongle had deposed, the nephew he had declared dead, was still out there alive, walking the earth, a living indictment of the crown? In time, the rumors became legend. That Jianwen wandered from province to province, living in seclusion. That he left behind a hidden memoir. That he sought revenge. That he waited. And that perhaps, someday, he would return. It was more than a story. It was a hope. For those disillusioned by Yongl's authoritarianism, the Jianwen legend became a symbol of lost virtue, a Confucian ideal, a ruler who resisted corruption and paid the price, a ghost king. And yet, he never came back. No uprising in his name, no final confrontation, just silence. By the time Yongle died in 1424, the story of Jianwen had become too dangerous to even mention. His reign was officially erased from court records. The imperial archives were doctored, his name scrubbed, his era omitted. The 4 years of his rule disappeared from the dynastic narrative. For a time, it was as if he never existed. But truth, like fire, leaves embers. Centuries later, during the Qing dynasty, scholars examining old documents found contradictions, gaps, hints. They began to ask questions. In 1625, a Buddhist text surfaced claiming that the former emperor had taken vows at a monastery in Anqing. Other accounts, scattered in obscure temple records, tell of imperial-looking monks, sudden visitors, unexplained donations. Some even claim to have seen the emperor's handwriting signed, not as Jianwen, but with cryptic allusions to returning to dust. Each clue is fragile, fragmentary, but together they paint a picture. A man too dangerous to be remembered, too important to be forgotten. And here's the twist. In 2006, Chinese historians, using computer modeling, claimed to reconstruct Jianwen's likely escape route south through Jiangxi, then west to Guangxi, and finally into Yunnan or beyond. They followed temple records, local legends, topographic hints. They didn't find him, but they didn't find a grave either. And so the mystery remains. Was the Jianwen emperor burned alive in the wreckage of his palace? Or did he escape? Did he live out his years in silent exile, watching the empire he once ruled from the edge? Did he regret his reforms? Did he miss his son? Did he ever consider coming back? Or was disappearance the final act of resistance? No declaration, no martyrdom, just absence. And in that absence power, because in a world obsessed with control, the most dangerous man is the one who cannot be seen. Jianwen became a ghost, not in spirit, in memory. His ring erased, his story sealed, his fate unknown. And that silence is his revenge. And so, as we leave the monk who may have been a king, we enter the realm of myth once more. Not of emperors, but of objects. An imperial seal, said to be carved from divine jade, said to legitimize the mandate of heaven, said to curse those who lose it, and lost it was. Welcome to the mystery of the heirloom seal of the realm. The heirloom seal of the realm. It was just a stone, a piece of jade, 4 inches wide, carved with a few words. But it wasn't just a stone. It was legitimacy. It was power. It was the voice of heaven carved into the flesh of the earth. It was the heirloom seal of the realm Tranguosi, a small object said to carry the weight of an empire. Not a weapon, not a crown, but a stamp. And it's missing. Not in the we misplaced it sense. Not in the maybe it was buried sense. Missing in the absolute, mythic, history-shaking way. Lost to time, lost to war. Lost to betrayal and revolution and fire. And perhaps lost to no one. Because somewhere out there, maybe in a private vault, a buried tomb, or the ashes of a forgotten fortress, the most powerful object in Chinese history may still exist. Let's start at the beginning. The heirloom seal of the realm was forged in the 3rd century BCE, around 221 BCE, by the first emperor of a unified China, Qin Shi Huang. Yes, him again. The tomb guy. When he wasn't designing underground death traps or hunting immortality, Qin Shi Huang was busy turning chaos into order. He unified the warring states, Standardized weights, measures, writing, road sand. To top it all off, he needed a symbol, a mark that said, "I rule, not by conquest, but by cosmic approval." So he had a seal carved. But not just any seal. He ordered it made from the famous Heshibi Judea legendary stone, so pure it had caused multiple kings to wage wars and cut off hands trying to prove its value. The Heshibi was fabled, semi-mythical. When Qin got his hands on it, he didn't just commission jewelry. He summoned a nation. The seal was inscribed with the phrase, 受命于天，既寿永昌. By the will of heaven, may the emperor live long and prosper. Not subtle. This wasn't a logo. This was a covenant. From that moment, the seal passed from dynasty to dynasty, sometimes given, sometimes seized, sometimes drowned in blood. Because to hold the seal was to hold the mandate of heaven. To lose the seal was to lose the right to rule. And so, every time China fractured, every time dynasties rose and fell, the fate of the seal mattered as much as the fate of armies. Rebellions launched not just to claim the throne, but to claim the stone. The seal passed from Qin to Han. When the Western Han fell and the Eastern Han rose, the transfer of the seal was political theater. In some versions, the last Han emperor surrendered the seal willingly. In others, it was taken with force. The seal legitimized the three kingdoms, the Jin dynasty, the Sui, the Tang. Each dynasty, a new hand gripping the same object, each ruler declaring, "I have the seal, I have the mandate." But the seal did not guarantee peace. It guaranteed conflict, because it could be stolen. And it was. During the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, chaos reigned. Factions rose and fell like sandcastles. The seal changed hands, was hidden, recovered. At one point, it was said to be in the possession of a warlord who refused to return it, claiming he was the true son of heaven. When the Song dynasty emerged, they searched for the seal. Some said it had been lost forever. Others claimed it was held in secret by rival claimants. When the Mongols invaded and established the Yuan dynasty, they declared they had the seal, but did they? Or was it propaganda? And when the Ming rose up to overthrow the Yuan, the Ming said the seal had been lost. Gone. Vanished. Vanished where? Let's talk theories. Theory 1. It was lost during the fall of the Tang dynasty. As the empire crumbled in the 10th century, rebels sacked the capital, palaces burned, treasuries were looted. The seal, if not carried to safety, could have been taken, melted, or buried in the confusion. But no body, no box, no artifact has surfaced to confirm this. Theory 2. The Mongols took it. The Yuan dynasty, founded by Kublai Khan, claimed possession of the seal. It was a way to legitimize foreign rule over a Chinese population, but the seal was never shown publicly. No drawings, no replicas. Some scholars believe the claim was a bluff. Others think the seal was hidden during the fall of the Yuan, possibly buried with one of the last emperors or destroyed to prevent capture. Theory 3. It was lost during the fall of the Ming. When the Ming dynasty collapsed under pressure from the Manchu-led Qing, some loyalists reportedly fled with imperial treasures. Perhaps the seal was among them. If so, it may have been taken to Taiwan, Vietnam, or even further afield. But again, no proof. Theory 4. The Qing made their own. This is true. The Qing dynasty, unable to recover the heirloom seal, commissioned new once imperial seals made of jade, gold, and ivory. They had ceremony, prestige, but not myth. The heirloom seal had myth, and it was gone. Now, here's the mystery's darkest twist. No one has ever found it. Not in a museum, not in a tomb, not in a hoard. It's been missing for centuries. And yet, stories persist. In the late 19th century, Rumors swirled that a seal matching the description had been found in a private collection in Beijing. It vanished. In the early 20th century, a collector claimed to have seen it only to retract his statement days later. Some believe the seal still exists passed secretly through families, hidden in vaults, waiting for the right moment to re-emerge. Others believe it was destroyed, ground into dust, swallowed by fire. Either way, the mystery remains. How can something so small carry such weight? Because the seal wasn't just a tool of governance. It was theology. The idea of the mandate of heaven, that a ruler is chosen by divine right, but only as long as he rules justly, is central to Chinese history. The seal was the symbol of that idea, a physical contract between heaven and earth. Lose the seal? You lose the mandate. Simple as that. But here's the thing. China survived the seal. Empires rose without it. Laws passed, roads built, lives lived. Maybe that's the real story. That the heirloom seal mattered until it didn't. That legitimacy doesn't live in jade. It lives in people. And yet, what if it turned up? What if, one day, in a dusty vault or a forgotten tomb, someone opens a box, and there it is, a square of ancient jade, etched with words that once shook empires? Would it change anything? Or would it just remind us how much we've changed? That the symbols we used to kill for are now just museum pieces? Or worse, collectibles. But until then, the seal is Schrodinger's artifact. Lost and not lost. Real and imagined. And that is power. Because as long as it's missing, it could be anywhere. Even here. And now, from the symbol of imperial rule, we turn to a story that isn't about power but paper. Because our next mystery is not carved in stone, but whispered in myth. A creature, a teacher, a white monkey in the forest, holding the secret of ink, the Bipoo myth. In the winding hills of ancient China, beyond the borders of recorded dynasties and concrete chronologies, there's a story. Not one found in official records or etched in the bronze of imperial seals, but whispered past from storyteller to student, from hermit to child, through the hush of paper-thin bamboo groves and the drifting incense smoke of forgotten temples. The story is this. Once, long ago, before the written word was more than scratches on tortoise shells, there came a creature, a white monkey. Not just any monkey. The Bipoo. It did not howl. It did not shriek. It did not swing from trees or steal rice from sleeping farmers. It taught. It came from the mountains and brought with it the secret of paper. That's the myth. But buried in the folds of that legend is one of the most important technologies in human history. The invention of paper changed everything. And yet, the story of how it began is anything but clear. Let's peel it back. We start with the official history. The commonly accepted account credits Kai Lun, a court eunuch of the Eastern Han dynasty, with the invention of paper in 105 CE. The story goes that he mixed mulberry bark, hemp waste, rags, and water, pressed the mixture flat, and let it dry, creating a writing surface that was smoother, cheaper, and more flexible than bamboo slips or silk. Revolutionary. And yet, even this account is fuzzy. Fragments of paper dating back to the 2nd century BCE have been found. Kai Lun may have refined the process, but he didn't start it. He was a bureaucrat with a good PR team. So where did paper really come from? This is where the Bipoo enters. According to oral traditions in some southern Chinese provinces, especially among ethnic minority communities, the technology of paper-making did not descend from the palace. It came from the forest, from nature, from something wild. The Bipoo, also known in some variants as the White Hairy Man, the paper spirit, or simply Old White, was said to be a monkey, like being covered in pale fur, with long limbs, large eyes, and a calm demeanor. Not a beast, not a monster, a teacher. The story goes that a man, often a poor farmer or a young scholar, became lost in the woods. Starving, hopeless, he stumbled upon a cave where the Bipoo lived. Instead of devouring him or driving him off, the creature shared food. Then, seeing the man's sorrow, it showed him something better. The making of paper. From bark, leaves, fibers soaked and pounded. The process was long, methodical, but at the end, the man held something miraculous. A sheet, light as a feather, durable, writable. A blank possibility. The man returned to civilization, bearing this gift. That's the myth. And on the surface, it reads like folklore, another teaching animal, like the turtle that taught the compass, or the dragon that mapped the stars. But the Bipoo myth stands out, because it's not about power or conquest. It's about transmission, and transmission of knowledge, of method, of cultures, what paper is. It's what it does. Without paper, empires don't remember, religions don't spread, science doesn't accumulate. Without paper, ideas die. And yet, the origin of this technology remains obscure. What's fascinating is that the Bipoo myth has remarkable internal consistency across variants. It often includes the creature's color, always white, symbolizing purity, clarity, or the blankness of a page. The process, pulping of plants, soaking in water, pressing and drying. The cave or forest setting, isolation, reflection, and mystery. The theme of revelation, a knowledge once hidden, now shared. This isn't typical monkey business. This isn't a fable about morality. It's a technology myth. The Bipoo isn't teaching ethics, it's teaching process, which raises a possibility that straddles fact and fiction. What if the Bipoo wasn't a literal creature, but a metaphor? An anthropomorphized memory? A vessel for ancient technical knowledge preserved in oral form? Many early technologies were discovered not by elites, but by anonymous tinkerers, villagers, farmers, artisans. The origin of paper might not have come from the court, but from the countryside. From people whose names weren't written down because the thing they invented ironically hadn't been invented yet. So what if the Bipoo is their echo? A symbol of the unknown genius lost to time. There's also the biological layer. Stories of white, intelligent, ape-like beings show up in other parts of China and even across Asia, from the Yeren of Hubei province, to the Yeti of the Himalayas, to the Orang Pendek of Sumatra. These beings are often described as reclusive, human-like, and associated with wilderness knowledge. Is it coincidence? Or do all these legends point to a cultural pattern, a way of externalizing invention? When a society can't explain how something came to be, especially something revolutionary, it doesn't say, "We don't know." It says, "The Bipoo taught us." It gives the unknown a face. It gives the impossible hands, even if they're covered in fur. Of course, scholars scoff. There's no physical evidence for the Bipoo, no skeletons, no photographs, no ancient paper stamped with a paw print. But evidence isn't always the point. Myth fills the gaps. It tells us what a culture values. And the Bipoo myth says something profound. That paper was not a gift of empire, but a gift of humility. That knowledge is not always born in courts, but in caves. That truth can come from the margins, from the pale monkey, not the crowned king. And maybe that's why the story endured. Because it flips the narrative. It makes wisdom wild. And in doing so, it gives us permission to imagine that the greatest revolutions don't always begin with banners and drums. Sometimes, they begin in silence, with a man lost in the forest, and a creature who teaches him to turn bark into memory. And once we grasp that the idea of knowledge springing from places we do not control, we're ready for the next mystery. A tomb, but not of a king. A circle of wood, like a sun carved into the desert. No known culture, no known language. Just a question. What civilization built the Sun Tomb? The mystery of the Sun Tomb. Beneath the scorching sands of Xinjiang, where wind rakes the land like claws and the sky stretches wide enough to swallow memory, lies something ancient, something circular, something silent. It's called the Sun Tomb. That's not its real name. Because we don't know its real name. We don't know who built it. We don't know why. We don't even know what to call the people who laid their dead here, beneath wooden rays that pierce the earth like frozen fire. We just know what it looks like. And it looks like the sun. A grave, buried in the desert, rimmed by dozens of long wooden poles jutting outward in a perfect circle like solar flares frozen in dirt. From above, it resembles a cosmic target, a symbol, a dial for a clock that hasn't ticked in 3,000 years. And yet, it endures. Because the desert keeps its secrets. Let's start with the bones. Inside the tombs, archaeologists found bodies. Human remains wrapped in primitive textiles. Some laid to rest with grave goods wooden tools, fragments of leather, beads of stone. One corpse, startlingly well preserved, still wore traces of red pigment on the face. Not painted, randomly painted with intent. Markings, ritual. Others were less fortunate, scattered, Sunday bleached, bones gnawed by time. But all shared one thing: strangeness. They did not belong neatly to any known culture. There feature some European, some Asian complicated old narratives about migration. Their grave styles didn't match the patterns of the surrounding regions. Their tools echoed Bronze Age technology, but carried no clear fingerprint. It was as if an entire civilization had drifted into the desert, carved a message into the dirt and vanished. Let's talk structure. The central grave, the one that earned the nickname Sunday Tomb, was unlike anything else in Xinjiang. Around the burial site, upright wooden stakes formed a radial pattern. Some stood over 2 meters tall. Each was deliberately planted, carefully angled, forming a giant spoked wheel when viewed from above. Not defensive, not practical, symbolic. The symbolism suggests solar worship, hence the name, but we don't know for sure. The stakes might represent rays or arms or something more abstract. Connection, radiance, divinity, resurrection. The number of stakes may hold meaning too, not random, not ornamental. A code, a calendar, an alignment with the sun's path across the sky, a cosmological geometry carved into the crust of the world. Some archaeologists compare the design to other ancient solar structures: Stonehenge in Britain, the medicine wheels of North America, the Nabta Playa stones in Egypt. But the resemblance is visual, not cultural. There's no evidence of contact, no shared blueprint, just parallel genius. A human impulse to mirror the sky. Who were these people? That's the heart of the mystery. No written language survives from them. No monuments with names, no inscriptions, just bones and wood and dirt. Some scholars place them within the wider context of the Tarim Basin Mumiesa group of ancient remains discovered across western China, many with surprising European features, tall frames, and light-colored hair. Their origins are debated. Indo, Europeans, Proto-Tocharians, ancient migrants from the West. But the sun tombs defy easy classification. Their burial patterns don't match neighboring tombs. Their construction doesn't mimic local tribes. Their material culture is sparse functional, minimalistic, but not crude. They were not barbaric. They were precise. And yet, they left no echo. That silence creates vacuum. And vacuum draws myth. Local legend, collected long after the site's rediscovery, speaks of sky people, those who came down from the heavens and returned after death. Nomadic tales murmur of sun ladders, tools used to climb back into the realm of ancestors. Some say the stakes were not markers, but antennas for calling back the departed. It's easy to dismiss these as folklore, but sometimes folklore remembers things history forgets. Because what kind of people build their graves to mimic a celestial body? People who understand the sun not just as light, but as law. Solar cosmology is one of the oldest spiritual frameworks in human culture. The sun governs time, seasons, agriculture, migration, life, and death. To build a tomb like the sun is to say, death is not an end, it is a return, a realignment, a resetting of the clock. Perhaps these people saw the sun as a passage, a gate. Perhaps the stakes were not flares but fingers, pointing upward, urging the soul to rise. There's also a theory more symbolic than empirical, that the sun tomb was a kind of message, not to gods, not to spirits, but to the future. A marker. A signal carved in a shape no sandstorm could erase. A circle. The most human shape. No beginning, no end. Just a rhythm. So why did they vanish? Environmental collapse is one answer. The Turin Basin has always been volatile. Climate shifts, drought, encroaching deserts. What was once a trade route becomes a wasteland. Livelihoods vanish. Cultures scatter. There is evidence of drying rivers, abandoned oases, the skeleton of a civilization dehydrated into windblown memory. Another theory, assimilation. These people may have been absorbed into larger, more dominant cultures, Uyghur, Han, or earlier Proto-Semitic groups. Their traditions diluted, their language lost. Over generations, memory fades. Ritual becomes confusion. The sun, tomb, becomes an odd hill in the desert. Until one day, centuries later, someone digs and finds a message. Because that's what this is. The sun tomb is a message. It says, "We were here." It says, "We looked at the same sky." It says, "We believed something." And now, the message belongs to us. We, who cannot read it. We, who guess and hypothesize and scan and sift. We, who stand on the rim of that ancient circle and feel the heat of a sun we no longer worship but still depend on. And maybe, in that moment, we understand. Not what the tomb was for, not what the stakes meant, not who was buried beneath, but why they built it. Because what is grief? What is awe? What is belief? Not the desire to take something invisible and give it form. To take light and carve it into earth? To take the Sunan, hold it. And so we walk away, our shadows stretching behind us like spokes. And we turn toward another shadow, not of people, not of civilization, but of something lurking beneath the water, waiting for centuries, in the cold heart of a mountain lake. They call it the Kanas Lake Monster. The Kanas Lake Monster. High in the Altai Mountains of Xinjiang, wrapped in a coat of pine forest and mist, there lies a lake. Its surface is glassy. Its color shifts, sometimes jade, sometimes steel, sometimes obsidian black. It's quiet, cold, ancient, and it watches. This is Kanas Lake. And something lives in it. At least, that's what they say. The Kanas Lake Monster. A name that sounds like it belongs in a tabloid, but in this place where legends ferment in the fog and the wind speaks only in whispers, it is taken seriously. Very seriously. It's not just a campfire story. It's a mystery with muscle. Let's start with the sightings. They go back centuries. Among the Tuvan and Kazakh herders who roam these lands, stories have circulated for generations about a massive creature that moves beneath the lake's surface. Not a fish, not a log. Something else. It surfaces rarely, but when it does, it leaves wakes wide enough to capsize boats. Locals have watched flocks of sheep vanish near the water's edge, dragged in as if pulled by invisible hands. Some say it moves like a dragon, others like a whale. Some say it's one, others many, but always large, silent, patient. In modern times, the stories didn't go away. In fact, they multiplied. In the 1980s, a group of forestry workers claimed to have seen a massive, dark figure breach the surface. In the 1990s, tourists began reporting waves unprompted, enormous waves breaking against the shore when no boats were in sight. In the 2000s, videos surfaced, grainy, ambiguous, but compelling. What they show is difficult to explain. The water ripples, something moves just beneath. A large mass, trailing disturbance, moving with purpose, not random, not wind. Of course, the internet did what it always does, laughed, reposted, forgot. But the locals didn't forget, and neither did the scientists. Because even stripped of legend, Kanas Lake itself is strange. It's deep, over 180 meters, nearly 600 feet. At its deepest point, that's more than enough to hide something big. The water is glacial, nutrient-rich, and unusually opaque. Light doesn't penetrate far. Sonar yields ghosts. It's also isolated. Fed by snowmelt and mountain streams, the lake is cut off from most modern industry. It's a preserved ecosystem, which means it can hide things longer. Biologists have tried to explain the monster as a very large fish. Sturgeon, perhaps. Sturgeon are ancient, prehistoric, armored, ugly. Some species can live over 100 years and grow longer than a small car. In theory, a giant sturgeon mutated territorial, aged to monstrous size could account for the sightings. It's the simplest explanation. But simplicity doesn't always satisfy. Because sturgeon don't make people whisper. They don't spark legends. And the Kanas Lake monster is a legend, one that grows weirder the deeper you dive. Some versions of the myth say the lake has no bottom, that it connects to an underground river, a black vein that leads to other lakes, even other worlds, that the creature is not just an animal, but a guardian. A watcher, a remnant. Others say the lake was once home to dragons, that this is the last one, that it sleeps most of the year, waking only when the stars align or the snowmelt rises just right. In some tales, it's a transformed human. In others, it's a deity's pet, punished to dwell beneath the water for eternity. That's the thing about lake monsters. They're never just fish. They're metaphors. They're embodiments of the unknown. Deep water is a fear older than fire. The abyss is a canvas. We see movement, and our minds draw monsters. But what if that's not wrong? What if the monster isn't in the lake? What if it is the lake? Think about it. Kanas is not just a body of water. It's a presence. It has moods. Some days, calm. Others, stormy, even without wind. The lake seems to breathe, and the stories say it listens. That if you speak near its edge, something hears you. Maybe that's poetic. Maybe it's paranoia. But mystery clings to this place. Tourism boards have tried to tame it, build docks, launch boat tours, sell postcards with cartoon monsters on them. But they don't fool anyone. Everyone knows the truth. You don't visit Kanas Lake. You approach it, and you hope it doesn't notice. Because the people who've seen the monster, they don't laugh. They don't boast. They just shake their heads and say, "It's there. It's always been there." And that's the scariest part. Not the splash. Not the teeth. The waiting. The possibility that something massive, ancient, and unseen is just beneath the surface, not bothering anyone, not making noise, just existing. And when it chooses to rise, you won't be ready. And that brings us to the bigger question. Why do we keep telling stories like this? Lake monsters, ghost kings, vanished dynasties, Sunday tombs. Why do we peer into the darkness and whisper, "There's something there"? Because maybe we know deep down that we've forgotten more than we've ever learned. That history isn't just what happened, but what slipped through our fingers. Kanas Lake Monster is not just a legend. It's a reminder that even in the modern world, with our satellites and sonar and smartphones, there are still shadows we can't map, still places we don't understand, still waters we dare not cross. And that, perhaps, is the greatest mystery of all. Not that the monster might be real, but that we might need it to be. Because without mystery, what's left? Facts? Data? Google Earth? Number. We need the monster. We need the question. And so, as we watch the waves settle and the mist curl like breath over water, we leave Kanas behind and turn the page to something even stranger. A book no one can read. A manuscript no one can decode. A language no one can speak. It has pages of plants that don't exist. It has drawings of stars that don't align. It has lived for centuries on the edge of understanding. They call it the Voynich manuscript. The Voynich manuscript? There's an old book locked in a vault in Yale University's Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library. It sits under glass, inert, protected. People come from all over the world to look at it. Scholars, linguists, cryptographers, mystics, computer scientists, poets. They all stare. And it stares back. Its pages are made of vellum parchment, scraped from calfskin, soft and pliant even after 500 years. The ink is faded, but deliberate. The lines are clean. The drawings are strange. And the text? The text is impossible. This is the Voynich manuscript, a book that has never been read. Let's talk about what it looks like. 240 pages, though some are missing. It's roughly the size of a modern paperback, thick and supple, written in an unknown script-curved, looping characters that bear no resemblance to any known alphabet. Some letters repeat, others appear only once. The text flows left to right, neatly justified, as if written by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. And what's inside those pages? Everything. Or nothing. Or something in between. The manuscript is divided into sections, each one stranger than the last. There's the herbal section, page after page of plants that do not exist. Stalks, leaves, roots, all rendered in colored ink, detailed but fantastical. Some look almost familiar until you notice the petals growing from the roots or the stems shaped like spiral galaxies. Then comes the astronomical section, circular diagrams filled with stars, suns, moons, and zodiac symbols. But none of the constellations match our sky. The calendar is wrong. The measurements don't add up. Next, the balneological section depictions of naked women bathing in green fluid, connected by a network of pipes and tubes. Some are crowned, some are pregnant. All of them appear serene. Their bodies curve into the margins, float beside chemical-looking diagrams, and interact with what can only be described as biological machinery. There's a pharmaceutical section, diagrams of jars, roots, alchemical tools, and finally, the recipe short paragraphs of text, each marked by a star-like bullet point, followed by more strange script. It's as if someone compressed the sum total of their civilization's knowledge into a single volume: medicine, astrology, anatomy, botany, cosmology, and then encrypted it. But here's the thing. We can't break the code. We've tried. Oh, how we've tried. The manuscript was discovered in 1912 by Wilfrid Voynich, a Polish book dealer and bibliophile. He found it among a cache of old volumes in a Jesuit college in Italy. Since then, it has confounded every attempt at decryption. Alan Turing couldn't crack it. The CIA tried during the Cold War. Modern AI has taken a shot. All have failed. There's no cipher, no Rosetta Stone. The letters appear consistent, too consistent for gibberish. They follow rules. They form words. Some letters are more common. Some never appear next to each other. It looks real. It feels real. But we don't know what it says. We don't even know what language it's in, if it is a language. And that opens the door to madness. Let's go through the theories. Theory 1. It's a lost language. Maybe the Voynich manuscript is written in a language no one speaks anymore, a dialect with no surviving relatives, an isolated linguistic branch that died out before it could be recorded. In this case, it's not a codex, it's just unfamiliar. But if that's true, where are the other texts? The labels, the teaching guides, the scraps? There's nothing. Theory 2. It's a cipher. A secret code, perhaps used by an occult sect or a hidden society. Something meant to hide knowledge from prying eyes. If so, it's the most effective cipher in human history, unbroken for 500 years. And usually, codes have context. A key, a pattern, a purpose. The Voynich manuscript offers none. Theory 3. It's a constructed language. Some suggest the manuscript is written in a Conlanga language made from scratch, like Elvish or Esperanto, invented by a genius, structured but artificial. The purpose? Unknown. Maybe art. Maybe madness. Maybe both. But constructed languages usually show signs of design, repetition, internal grammar. We see glimpses of that here, but never enough to hold on to. It slips away. Theory 4. It's a hoax. This is the cynical view that someone, maybe in the 15th or 16th century, decided to create a fake book complete with fake language, fake plants, fake science, a trick, a puzzle, a beautiful lie. And if that's true, it's the greatest literary prank ever pulled. Because it worked. We're still talking about it. Still studying it. Still obsessed. Theory 5. It's not meant to be read. Now we're drifting into the strange. What if the manuscript isn't meant to convey information in the traditional sense? What if it's an object of meditation? A mandala in book form? A ritual object? A dream journal? A map of the unconscious? What if it's a conversation between one mind and itself? What if the meaning is in the act of reading, not in the comprehension? What if you're not supposed to understand? Just experience. That idea terrifies scholars. Because it breaks the rules. Books are supposed to be understood. But the Voynich manuscript does not care about our rules. It exists. And that's enough. It's survived wars, fires, thefts, relocations. It has passed through the hands of emperors, Jesuits, collectors, and cryptographers. And no one personas decoded a single sentence. Not conclusively. Not convincingly. Not yet. Maybe not ever. And the thing that makes the Voynich manuscript such an enduring mystery isn't the text. It's the feeling that someone knew something. That someone spent years, decades, maybe crafting this object with care, precision, purpose. That someone wrote this for a reason, and that they are now gone, swallowed by time. But their book remains. It is a ghost in ink, a whisper in curves, a voice locked in a cell of vellum, and we still press our ears to it, hoping to hear what it's trying to say. Or maybe just to know who it was saying it to. And so we turn the page, and nothing makes sense. But it's beautiful and strange. And somehow, that's enough to keep going. Because some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Some are meant to haunt. And some, like the Voynich manuscript, exist to remind us that even now, in an age of information, there are still books that read us. And now, we lift our eyes from the page to a monument built not of ink, but of stone. A structure so ancient, so vast, so heavy, we still can't agree on how it was made. We know where it is. We just don't know how. Or why. Let's talk about the construction of the Egyptian pyramids. The construction of the Egyptian pyramids. They rise from the desert like frozen thunder, sharp edges, massive weight, silent intent. The pyramids of Egypt have stood for over 4,500 years, older than Jesus, older than Plato, older than the Bible itself. They've seen empires rise, religions fall, civilizations fade into dust. And they're still here, unmoved, undecoded, and somehow still impossible. Because for all we know about ancient Egypt, the pharaohs, the gods, the hieroglyphs, the afterlife, we still don't know exactly how the pyramids were built. Especially the big one, the Great Pyramid of Giza, the last of the 7 wonders of the ancient world still standing, and the most unsolved construction mystery in human history. Let's start with the stats. The Great Pyramid is 146.6 meters tall originally. It's eroded down to about 138 meters today. Each base side is around 230 meters long. That's about 2.5 football fields per side. It covers 13 acres, built from roughly 2.3 million limestone blocks, each weighing between 2.5 and 15 tons. The total weight? Around 6 million tons. No steel, no cranes, no diesel engines. This was built in the 26th century BCE. That's more than 45 centuries ago. And somehow, it's more accurate than most modern buildings. The sides are aligned with astonishing precision to the cardinal points north, south, east, west. The difference between each angle is less than a fraction of a degree. The base is nearly perfectly level. The joints between stones are so tight, you can't slip a credit card through them. They weren't guessing. They weren't improvising. They were engineering on a level we still don't fully understand. So how did they do it? Let's walk through the theories. Theory 1. Ramps. This is the classic explanation taught in schools. The Egyptians used massive ramp, straight, zigzag, circular, internal to drag the stones into place. The logic makes sense. If you can't lift, slide. Ramps are the simplest mechanical solution. They've been proven to work for smaller structures. But here's the problem. To build a straight ramp high enough and strong enough to haul 15-ton blocks to the top of the pyramid, you'd need more material than the pyramid itself. The logistics become absurd. You'd need a ramp almost a mile long just to maintain a workable incline. And once you're done, you have to remove the ramp without leaving a trace. There are no traces. No mile-long foundation. No structural remains. The ramp theory, like the ramp itself, starts to buckle under its own weight. Theory 2. Internal spiral ramp. A more sophisticated version suggests the builders constructed the pyramid with an internal spiral ramp. This would solve the footprint problem. The ramp would wind up inside the structure itself, hidden in the masonry. It's elegant, neat, but there's no direct evidence for it. No internal spiral tunnel has been definitively found. Some researchers have used thermal imaging to detect anomalies in the pyramid's structure, possible voids, cavities, but interpretation is still speculative. Until someone carves open the pyramid like a cake, we won't know for sure. Theory 3. Levers and counterweights. Others argue the Egyptians used simple machines, levers, pulleys, weighted cradles to lift the stones incrementally. The idea is that a team could pivot a stone up a series of steps or platforms using basic leverage. This has some support. Egyptians were masters of simple tools. They understood balance, friction, geometry. They didn't need modern machines, they just needed time, manpower, and math. Still, this theory struggles to explain the scale. Lifting a few stones is one thing. Lifting millions, with millimeter accuracy, is another. Theory 4. Water flotation. This one's niche, but fascinating. Some suggest that the stones were floated into place using water canals, buoyant sledges, artificial basins. The idea hinges on lowering friction by using water to assist movement. A recent discovery did show that the Giza Plateau had a complex canal system. It's possible the Nile was manipulated to bring stones close to the site via boats, but floating them up the pyramid? That part gets tricky. Water helps with transport, but not with vertical construction. Unless you flood the whole pyramid, which, last we checked, didn't happen. Theory 5. Cast stone theory. Now we get weird. Some propose that the blocks weren't quarried and hauled, they were cast on site, like concrete. The idea is that Egyptian builders created a type of geopolymer mixing crushed limestone with water and binding agents to form a slurry, which was then poured into molds. Supporters point to the tight joints, the lack of chisel marks on some stones, the chemical makeup of the blocks. If true, this would mean the Egyptians invented a form of artificial stone 3,000 years before concrete was officially invented in Rome. It would also mean we've been picturing the construction process completely wrong. But most Egyptologists reject this theory as speculative and lacking direct evidence. Theory 6. Aliens. Yes, we're going there. Because we have to. Whenever an ancient civilization achieves something we don't understand, someone eventually says, aliens. This theory, if you can call it, that suggests that extraterrestrials either built the pyramids or gave humans the technology to do so. It's an old narrative, popularized by pseudoscientific works in the 20th century. It's been widely debunked, but it persists, especially online. Let's be clear, there is zero credible evidence for alien involvement. But the popularity of the idea tells us something else. People want the pyramids to be more than stone. They want them to be magic, because they feel like magic. You stand at the base of the Great Pyramid, look up at 480 feet of precisely cut, 2-million-year-old rock, and you feel small. Not in a bad way, in a reverent way. In a way that reminds you that humans, long ago, did something outrageous and we still don't fully know how. That mystery humbles us. And maybe that's the point. Maybe the greatest monument ever built wasn't just a tomb. Maybe it was a message. A challenge, carved in stone. Don't forget what we were capable of. The Egyptians left no blueprints, no manuals, no how-to guides. Just the pyramids. And those pyramids are still speaking. Not in hieroglyphs. Not in secrets. In silence. Massive, intentional, inescapable silence. And that silence has lasted longer than most countries, religions, and languages. It says, we mastered stone. We mastered time. We mastered death. Now it's your turn. And so, as we step back from the shadow of the pyramids, we turn to another mystery of disappearance. Not of monuments, but of people. A whole culture built towers of stone, then walked away, leaving only questions behind. This is the disappearance of the Sardinian Nuragic civilization. The disappearance of the Sardinian Nuragic civilization. Out in the middle of the Mediterranean, on the Italian island of Sardinia, there are towers, thousands of them, built of megalithic stone, rising like broken teeth from hillsides and valleys, clustered along coastlines and buried deep in forests. Most are crumbling, weathered by 3,000 years of wind and rain and silence. Some still stand proud, 30 feet tall, crowned with the memory of a lost people. These towers are called Nurag. And the people who built them? We don't know. We call them the Nuragic civilization. They didn't call themselves that. We don't know what they called themselves. They left no writing, no scrolls, no literature, no clear language, just stone. Stone and silence. The Nuragic people appeared around 1,800 BCE in the Bronze Age. They stayed for nearly 1,500 years. Then they disappeared. Not with a bang, with an echo. We don't know where they came from. We don't know what they believed. And we don't know why they vanished. But we do know what they built. The Nurag. There are over 7,000 of them on Sardinia. That's one every few square kilometers. No other culture in the world built anything quite like them. Not quite castles, not quite temples. Not quite homes. Each Nurag is a circular tower, made of massive stone, some weighing several tons, stacked without mortar. Dry stone, balanced, interlocked, ancient Jenga, but vertical. Some Nurags stand alone. Others form complexes, clusters of towers connected by walls, courtyards, and spiral staircases. Some had upper stories, domed ceilings, narrow passageways. Defensive? Maybe. Ceremonial? Possibly. Astronomical? Could be. Theories abound. None stick. Inside these towers, archaeologists have found tools, pottery, bones, weapons, jewelry, everyday life, and ritual jumbled together like a collapsed memory palace. And everywhere mystery. Because the Nurag aren't random. They're planned. They're aligned. Some face celestial bodies. Others form geometric patterns across the landscape. Still others cluster near water sources, cliffs, trade routes. Whoever built them knew what they were doing. And they kept doing it for centuries. The Nuragic civilization reached its zenith between 1,600 and 900 BCE. During this time, Sardinia was a hive of stone and bronze. Metalworking flourished. Artifacts show intricate bronze figurines, warriors, deities, animals. Some hold shields, wear horned helmets, ride chariots. They suggest a society deeply familiar with war, myth, and ceremony. But again, no writing. No context. Just statues staring back at us across 3 millennia. And then, sometime around 900 to 500 BCE, the towers stopped. Construction halted. The Nuragic people began to fade. The reasons? Nobody agrees. Let's review the suspects. Theory 1. Invasion. It's a tempting explanation. Sardinia sits in a strategic position in the Mediterranean, perfect for trade or conquest. Some scholars suggest that external forces, Phoenicians, Carthaginians, Etruscans, arrived and disrupted the social fabric. Colonization, assimilation, replacement. But there's a problem. There's no clear evidence of large-scale war. No layers of ash. No mass graves. No destruction layers, like in Troy or Mycenae. If invasion happened, it wasn't violent. It was subtle, slow, cultural osmosis. Theory 2. Internal collapse. Perhaps the Nuragic society collapsed from within. Environmental degradation, overpopulation, political fragmentation. Take your pick. Maybe the cost of maintaining 1,000 towers became unsustainable. Maybe the climate shifted. Maybe the crops failed. But again, no smoking gun. Just silence. Theory 3. Cultural transition. This is the least dramatic, but maybe the most likely. The Nuragic people didn't vanish. They evolved. They changed. They merged with newcomers, adapted their practices, shed old symbols. The towers were abandoned, but the people remained. Their descendants became the Proto-Sardinians, the islanders the Romans would later call Sardi. Still, the disappearance of the Nurag as a cultural form is abrupt. It's as if one day They just stopped building towers and never started again. No ruins of new attempts, no evolutions, just the end. That abruptness haunts historians. Because you don't just forget how to build something you've been building for 1,000 years. Not unless something shatters. And yet, the towers remain. Which brings us to the real mystery. Not the disappearance of the people, but the purpose of the towers. Why build so many? Why place them with such care? Why invest generations into stacking stones in a spiral toward the sky? Some say they were fortresses, strongholds against enemies. But many are too small, too isolated, too fragile. Some say they were temple shrines to gods of sky or sun. But there's no altars, no consistent iconography. Some say they were observatories, tools for tracking stars and seasons, but not all align with celestial markers. The answer may be all of the above, or none. Maybe the Nuragic were statements. Not practical, not spiritual, symbolic. Declarations of presence. Like flags, like tombstones, like pyramids. Each one saying, "We are here. We are watching. We are building something that will outlive us." And they were right. The Nuragic are still here. Thousands of them. Covered in moss, nestled in sheep fields, looming over highways, sinking into the earth. Sardinia today is a blend of modern and ancient. Tourists come for the beaches. Some stumble upon the towers. They climb them, take selfies, read plaques. But the mystery remains. Because the Nuragic are unfinished sentences. No period. No translation. Just stone. Stone shaped by hands will never shake. Stone that holds its breath across centuries. And here's the kicker. If you ask a Sardinian today about the Nuragic, you won't always get an answer. Some shrug. Some say, they were always there. Some say, they were built by giants. Not metaphorical giants. Literal ones. That's the legend. That the Nuragic towers were the work of a lost race of giants, tall, strong, long-lived, who shaped the land before the arrival of man. Myth? Sure. But myths have meaning. They say, these towers are too big, too old, too strange to be ours. They say, we don't know who built them. They say, we wish we did. And maybe that's the truth. That we're always looking for origins. Always digging for names. Always needing someone to claim the stones. But maybe the Nuragic don't belong to anyone. Maybe they are the remains of a world that wasn't trying to speak to us. Just to be. And now, we step off the island. Away from towers. Towards something even stranger. A clay jar. A copper rod. An ancient battery? Let's talk about the Baghdad Battery. The Baghdad Battery. In the halls of the National Museum of Iraq, before the looting, before the bombs, before history itself was boxed up and broken there, sat a clay jar. Simple. Dusty. About 6 inches tall. Inside it, archaeologists found a copper cylinder capped with a plug and a corroded iron rod down the middle. Nothing fancy. Until someone asked the question, what if it was a battery? That question blew a hole in archaeology. Because if the answer was yes, if this humble piece of pottery really was a battery, it would mean that someone in ancient Mesopotamia understood electricity 2,000 years before Volta, Franklin, or Tesla ever did. And that changes everything. Let's rewind. The object now famously dubbed the Baghdad Battery was discovered in the 1930s near Kujut Rabu, a village just outside modern-day Baghdad. The site itself dated back to the Parthian or Sassanid periods, roughly between 150 BCE and 650 CE. When archaeologist Wilhelm Koenig examined the jar, he didn't see just pottery. He saw potential. The jar was made of yellowish clay, with a narrow neck. Inside, it held a copper tube rolled from a sheet of copper sealed at the bottom with a disc, likely of asphalt. Down the center ran an iron rod, isolated from the copper by the surrounding air or a possible electrolyte. It looked like a primitive galvanic cell. In other words, a battery. Now, on paper, it could work. Pour in an acidic solution vinegar, lemon juice, grape juice, and you'd get a voltage. Not much, maybe half a volt, but enough to produce a current, enough to do something. But do what? That's the mystery. Because if the Baghdad Battery really was functional, if someone 2,000 years ago figured out how to store and direct electrical energy, then the implications are staggering. They didn't just have power. They had technology. Let's look at the theories. Theory 1. Electroplating. This is the headline theory, the one that gets the History Channel excited. The idea is that ancient craftsmen used the battery to electroplate metals, to coat silver with gold, or bronze with a thin layer of another metal. This would explain how some ancient jewelry appears to have ultra-thin layers of metal with incredible precision. But there's a problem. We've never found a smoking gun. No workshop, no tools, no ancient manuals explaining how electricity was used in metallurgy, and modern testing of allegedly electroplated artifacts often reveals traditional techniques: mechanical gilding, mercury amalgamation, electrical processes. It's a cool theory, but it doesn't hold a full charge. Theory 2. Religious or medical use. This one veers toward the symbolic. Maybe the Baghdad Battery wasn't a tool but a ritual object. Maybe the mild electrical current it produced was used in healing rituals, religious ceremonies, or even early experimentation with divine energy. Electricity has always inspired awe. It's invisible, powerful, and mysterious. Even a tiny shock from an ancient battery would have seemed like magic. But again, no documentation, no ritual texts, no shrines with jars hooked up in a daisy chain. The evidence is circumstantial at best. Theory 3. It's not a battery at all. Here's where the skeptics come in. Many archaeologists believe the object was simply a storage vessel. The copper tube might have been a scroll holder, the iron rod a tool, the seal just part of the design to keep contents safe. No acid, no wires, no current, just misinterpretation by modern minds desperate for a shock. They point out the absence of wires or connectors, the lack of multiple units found in series, the missing electrolyte. Also, why would a culture that knew how to make batteries never use them for anything else? Why not lights, motors, weaponry? It's a fair point. And yet the shape, the materials, the layout all resemble a basic battery. Too much to ignore. Maybe we're missing something. Maybe the knowledge wasn't widespread. Maybe it was guarded. Maybe it was lost in one generation, like so many ancient innovations. Think about it. We've seen it before. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek computer lost in a shipwreck, a device centuries ahead of its time. The Roman concrete formula stronger than modern mixtures, lost and only recently replicated. The Mayan astronomical tables more accurate than anything in Europe for 1,000 years. History isn't linear. It's chaotic. Ideas appear, disappear, reappear. So, maybe the Baghdad Battery was part of a forgotten wave, a burst of insight, a tinkerer's trick, a piece of experimental knowledge that didn't stick but did work. That's the haunting part. We don't need many batteries. Just one. Just once. If someone made a battery in 100 BCE and used it for something, think that alone rewrites what we thought we knew. Because it means someone grasped the essence of electricity not through theory but through instinct, through trial and error, through sheer human curiosity. And that should scare us, because it suggests we may have underestimated the past. Not just technologically, but intellectually. We like to imagine ancient people as primitive, limited, superstitious. But maybe they were just like us. Messy, brilliant, forgetful. What if the Baghdad Battery is just the tip of the iceberg? What if it wasn't an anomaly? What if there were other experiments? Other devices? What if somewhere buried in the sands of Iraq, or the ruins of Persia, or the vaults of some forgotten temple, there's an entire lab? What if we're just seeing the AA battery and missing the whole flashlight? And maybe we'll never know. Because the Baghdad Battery today? It's mostly missing. After the 2003 invasion of Iraq, the National Museum in Baghdad was looted. Thousands of artifacts disappeared. Some were destroyed, some sold on the black market, others gone forever. Including, it's rumored, the original battery. There are replicas, yes. But the original? Lost to chaos. That's the real tragedy. Not that we can't understand the past, but that we keep losing it. Every war, every fire, every looted museum, every cracked tablet, every buried scroll. Pieces of the puzzle vanish, and the picture gets fuzzier, and the silence grows louder. The Baghdad Battery isn't just a mystery. It's a warning that knowledge is fragile, that genius doesn't always shout. Sometimes it hums quietly inside a clay jar, waiting to be found. And now, from the mysteries of power, we descend into a darker collapse. A grand island palace. A people who danced with bulls and painted their walls with color. And then smoke, ash, and silence. Let's talk about the fall of the Minoan civilization. The Minoan civilization's collapse. In the blue cradle of the Aegean Sea lies the island of Crete, sun-drenched and wind-whipped, wrapped in olive groves and ancient whispers. Today it's a tourist haven, dotted with beach, umbrellas, and cafes. But beneath the surface, beneath the soil, beneath the marble, there's something older, stranger, more powerful than any postcard can capture. It's the ghost of a vanished empire. The Minoans. They weren't Greek. Not really. Not at first. They were something else. Something earlier. A Bronze Age civilization that rose from the sea and built palaces without walls, painted their homes in vivid frescoes, worshipped snake goddesses, and danced with bulls. They were artists, architects, engineers. They had indoor plumbing before Athens was even a dream. And then, they were gone. The collapse of the Minoan civilization is one of the greatest mysteries of the ancient world. Because it wasn't supposed to happen. Not like that. Let's set the stage. The Minoans flourished from around 2700 BCE to 1450 BCE. They built sprawling palace complexes at Knossos, Phaistos, Malea, Zacrosurban centers with hundreds of rooms, staircases, plumbing systems, storage magazines, and elaborate artwork. Their architecture was airy, open, almost utopian. No defensive walls, no fortresses, no iron bars. Because they didn't fear attack. They ruled the seas. Minoan ships controlled trade across the Mediterranean, from Egypt to Anatolia, from Mesopotamia to the Cyclades. Their influence flowed like olive oil, slick, golden, profitable. They exported ceramics, saffron, timber, precious metals, and imported art, luxury goods, ideas. Their writing system, linear, remains undeciphered to this day. But we know this. It wasn't Greek. It was Minoan, a language we can't read, from a culture that no longer speaks. Their religion was equally unique. We don't know the pantheon, but we see the symbols, the double axillabris, the snake, the sacred horns, the priestesses, always priestesses. Women dominated their religious iconography, dancing, blessing, enthroned. They weren't just beautiful. They were powerful. Then, around 1450 BCE, something cracked. Something burned. Something fell. The palimpsestos masterpieces of Minoan engineering were destroyed. Not all at once, but close. Knossos, the greatest of them all, was hit hard, but somehow survived longer than the others. Still, by 1375 BCE, even Knossos was abandoned. And the Minoans? Their identity faded, their art changed, their language changed, their memory became myth. So what happened? Let's examine the suspects. Theory 1. The Thera eruption. This is the most cinematic theory. Thera, now called Santorini, was a Minoan island north of Crete. Around 1600 BCE, it exploded in one of the largest volcanic eruptions in recorded history. The island's core collapsed into the sea, forming a caldera and triggering tsunamis that raced across the Aegean. Thera was part of the Minoan trade network, possibly even a colony. Its eruption would have devastated coastal towns, ports, and shipping lanes. Some scientists believe the tsunami reached Crete, waves 30 feet tall smashing into Minoan harbors, drowning fleets, sweeping away infrastructure. Even if Crete itself was spared the full brunt, the economic shock would have been massive. Trade disrupted, resources cut off, political instability. But here's the problem. The Thera eruption occurred about 150 years before the Minoan collapse. There's a gap. So while Thera may have been the beginning of the end, it wasn't the end. Theory 2. Invasion. Here comes the Mycenaeans. Greek-speaking, militarized, aggressive. The Mycenaeans rose on the mainland while the Minoans declined. Their cities, Mycenae, Pylos, Tyrannusware, walled and war-ready. Their art depicts chariots, swords, battles. After 1450 BCE, Mycenaean influence appears suddenly in Crete. Linear Buth, Greek version of Minoan script, shows up. Mycenaean-style tombs appear, weapons increase. Minoan religious symbols remain, but in altered forms. This suggests not just influence, but takeover. Possibly hostile. But the archaeological record is murky. There's no clear evidence of massive battles. No conquest narratives. No mass graves. It may have been a coup, or a slow cultural absorption, or a desperate population swap in the wake of disaster. Theory 3. Internal collapse. Maybe the Minoans simply imploded. Economic overreach, political fragmentation, class conflict, religious schism, or something subtler, an ecological breakdown. A drop in rainfall, soil depletion, trade decline. Maybe Thera destabilized the system, and what followed was a century-long unraveling. Palace elites lose control. Factions vie for power. The system fractures. Then, opportunistic outsiders, the Mycenaeans, step in to fill the void. That's the quiet theory. No war, no fire, just slow decay. Theory 4. Disease. Here's the dark horse. What if it wasn't war or lava? What if it was a plague? The Minoans had extensive trade networks, meaning exposure to foreign pathogens. Their cities were dense, their plumbing advanced but unsterile. A pandemic could have ripped through palace and port alike, weakening the population, destroying leadership structures. But again, there's no direct evidence. Just a possibility. Just a ghost. Theory 5. All of the above. This is the chaos theory. What if it wasn't one thing? What if it was everything? Thera shakes the region. Tsunamis cripple the economy. Years later, famine sets in. Political factions war. Disease spreads. The Mycenaeans see a weakened neighbor and strike. That's how real history often works. Not with a single blow, but with a cascade. A domino effect. One disaster doesn't destroy a civilization. But 5? That'll do it. So the Minoans vanish. Not overnight, but they vanish. Their palaces become ruins. Their language becomes silence. Their symbols become puzzles. And in their place the Mycenaeans rise. They absorb the island. They imitate Minoan art, Minoan gods, Minoan techniques. But the soul of the civilization is gone. What remains are echoes. Fragments. Frescoes on crumbling walls. A dancing figure here, a leaping bull there. And always, behind the color, a hole, an absence, a question. How could a civilization so advanced, so peaceful, so powerful, just disappear? That's the mystery. Not the mechanics of collapse, but the feeling that we lost something, that the world tilted, and no one remembers what it was like before. Maybe that's why the myth of Atlantis caught on. Plato describes a lost island civilization, advanced, beautiful, drowned in a single night. He might have been inspired by Thera. He might have been echoing the Minoans. He might have been warning us that even paradise can fall. Even beauty can burn. Even the sea which gives life can take it away. And so, as we sail away from Crete, past the ruins of Knossos, through waters that once teemed with Minoan ships, we find ourselves drifting toward another specter. Not of builders, but of destroyers. A people with no homeland, no past. Just fire, steel, and a name that still chills the bones of historians. The Sea Peoples. The Sea Peoples. They came from the sea. That's all we know for sure. They appeared suddenly, around 1200 BCE, like a storm front sweeping over the eastern Mediterranean. They hit cities, kingdoms, empire civilizations that had stood for centuries and broke them like twigs. And then they vanished. No origin story, no written language, no legacy of art or empire, just destruction, ash, silence. We call them the Sea Peoples. It's a name that sounds like fantasy, like something whispered in a campfire tale or scrawled in the margins of a forgotten myth, but they were real, and they changed history. Let's set the scene. The Late Bronze Age. The Eastern Mediterranean is a network of civilizations bound together by trade, treaties, diplomacy, and debt. The Hittites rule Anatolia. The Egyptians reign in the south. The Mycenaeans dominate mainland Greece. Cyprus is a hub. Canaanite cities like Ugarit and Byblos are thriving port states. It's a world of bronze and chariots, of kings who write to each other on clay tablets, calling each other brother, of empires, fragile but vast. And then, around 1200 BCE, everything collapses. The Hittite capital, Hattusa, burns. Ugarit is leveled. Mycenae goes silent. Cyprus is sacked. The Egyptian empire reels, then retreats. In the span of a few decades, the world shatters. So what happened? The Sea Peoples happened. At least, that's what the Egyptians say. The primary records come from Egypt, specifically from the reign of Pharaoh Ramesses III, who ruled from 1186 to 1155 BCE. In a series of elaborate reliefs and inscriptions, especially at his mortuary temple, at Medinet Habu Ramesses, describes an invasion unlike any before. He calls them the foreign countries of the sea. He lists them, the Peliset, Jeker, Shekelesh, Dinyen, and Weshesh. He says they destroyed nations, toppled kings, and swept across the Mediterranean in a wave of chaos. And then they came for Egypt. But Egypt was ready. Ramesses claims a decisive victory. He boasts of a great naval battle, of traps, of slaughter. The reliefs show ships colliding, soldiers with feathered helmets tumbling into the sea, chariots and infantry clashing in the sand. Egypt survived, but only barely. And everyone else? Not so lucky. The Sea Peoples didn't just attack. They ended an era. So who were they? Here come the theories. Theory 1. Displaced populations. Some scholars believe the Sea Peoples were refugees' entire populations displaced by famine, drought, or internal collapse. Perhaps they were from the Aegean or Western Anatolia. Maybe they'd been forced to abandon their homes and took to the sea in search of survival. This makes them not invaders but migrants. Armed, desperate migrants. Their attacks weren't conquest. They were colonization. Theory 2. Mercenaries turned rogue. Another theory posits that the Sea Peoples were former mercenaries. During the Late Bronze Age, many powers employed foreign warriors to fight their wars. When the pay stopped, when the kingdom started crumbling, these mercenaries turned on their former masters. This explains their organization, their tactics, their effectiveness. They weren't barbarians. They were professionals. Theory 3. Pirates. This one leans into chaos. The Sea Peoples as maritime raiders like Viking precursors, plundering coastlines, living off loot, sailing from port to port with no homeland, no banner, just hunger and ambition. Their attacks, then, were opportunistic, not coordinated, just the result of a regional system unraveling. But that theory doesn't explain the scale. Ugarit wasn't just plundered, it was erased. And they didn't stop at ports. They moved inland. Theory 4. An alliance of tribes. Perhaps the Sea Peoples weren't a single group but many. A loose coalition of displaced tribes, pirates, former soldiers, and desperate peoples banded together under temporary alliances. This explains the names Ramesses gives the Peliset, Jeker, Denyen, etc. as different factions. They may have had different languages, origins, and goals. But for a brief, apocalyptic moment, they moved as one. Theory 5. The beginning of the Philistines. This is where things get biblical. Some scholars link the Pelesitone of the Sea Peoples Stow, the Philistines. Yes, those Philistines, Goliath's people, enemies of ancient Israel. The theory goes like this. After the Sea Peoples were repelled by Egypt, some settled along the southern coast of Canaan. They brought their weapons, their culture, their gods. They became the Philistine Serbanized, warlike, distinct. If true, it would mean one of the most infamous groups in biblical history began as a band of maritime raiders from the Aegean. That's a twist. But let's zoom out. Because beyond the who and the how lies the bigger question. Why now? Why, around 1200 BCE, did so many civilizations fall? The Sea Peoples are the match. But what was the fuel? Let's examine the pressure points. Climate change. Evidence suggests a period of drought and cooling around this time. Crop failures, food shortages, societal stress. Earthquakes. The Eastern Mediterranean is seismically active. There's geological evidence of widespread earthquakes around the same period. Cities already weakened by disaster become easier targets. Trade collapse. The Late Bronze Age depended on long-distance trade. Copper from Cyprus, tin from Anatolia, grain from Egypt. If one link breaks, the whole system falters. Political fragility. These empires looked powerful, but they were brittle, dependent on bureaucracy, tribute, and diplomacy. When the foundation shook, there was no flexibility, just fracture. So maybe the Sea Peoples weren't the cause. Maybe they were the symptom. Or the catalyst. Or the final hammer strike on a structure already crumbling. But one thing is certain. They changed the world. After the Sea Peoples, the map was different. The Hittite Empire? Gone. The Mycenaeans? Gone. The great cities of the Levant? Rubble. What followed was a dark age. 100-year silence. No empires. No writing. Just recovery. Rebuilding. Rebirth. From that darkness would emerge new powers: Phoenicians, Arameans, Greeks, Israelites. But the old world, dead. And the sea peoples? Gone. Like a wave. Rising, crashing, receding, leaving behind only bones and questions. Who were they? Where did they come from? Where did they go? We don't know. Maybe we never will. But their legacy is etched into the ruins of 100 cities. Their story is carved into the walls of Medinet Habu. Their shadow falls across the entire ancient world. They were history's hitmen. Civilization's reset button. And as we look across the shattered remnants of the Bronze Age, we hear a new sound. Not chariots, not fire, but stone, rising in a circle, marking the solstice, waiting. Let's talk about the purpose of Stonehenge. The purpose of Stonehenge. Before the pyramids rose, before the Minoans danced with bulls, before the first lines of the Iliad were ever sung, there was Stonehenge. A ring of stone, set in the windswept plains of southern England. Massive megaliths, each one a giant, each one deliberately placed. Together, they form something ancient, something sacred, or perhaps something practical, scientific, or spiritual. We still don't know. That's the riddle. We know when it was built, we know what it's made of, but we don't know why. The purpose of Stonehenge remains one of the most enduring unsolved mysteries in human history. Let's start with the stones. The monument consists of a series of concentric rings and horseshoe-shaped arrangements. The outer circle, originally composed of upright sarsen stones, each capped with a lintelis, the most iconic. These stones are huge. Some weigh more than 25 tons. They were dragged from the Marlborough Downs about 20 miles away. Inside that circle sits the inner horseshoe of 5 trilithon spares of upright stones, supporting a third lintel on top. The tallest of these towers nearly 30 feet into the sky. Then, there's the inner ring. Smaller blue stones, some weighing 2 to 4 tons each. They came from the Preseli Hills in Wales, over 150 miles away. That's like dragging refrigerator-sized stones across an entire country, without wheels, across rivers, forests, hills. Then there's the heel stone, set outside the main circle. It aligns with the rising sun on the summer solstice. In fact, everything here aligns with something, which brings us to the first theory. Theory 1. Astronomical observatory. This is the classic explanation. Stonehenge, they say, is a giant calendar, a celestial calculator, a prehistoric observatory for tracking the solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles, maybe even eclipses. The alignments are undeniable. On the summer solstice, the sun rises perfectly over the heel stone, casting light straight into the heart of the monument. On the winter solstice, the sun sets between the largest trilithons of the inner horseshoe. That's not coincidence. That's design. The builders understood the movement of the heavens. They shaped their stones to follow it, to mark it, to embody it. Maybe it was a place to celebrate the turning of the year. Maybe it was a site of agricultural timing, telling people when to plant, when to harvest. But if that's all it was, why so elaborate? Why such massive stones? Why the labor, the precision, the devotion? Calendars can be made with sticks in the ground. Stonehenge is something more. Theory 2. Temple of the Dead. Some scholars believe Stonehenge was a necropolisa, sacred space for the dead, the ancestors, the spirits. Excavations around the site have revealed cremated human remains buried in the early phases of the monument's construction. Later, burial mounds called barrows popped up across the surrounding landscape. It wasn't just a circle of stones. It was a domain of the dead. A place where the living came to commune with the ancestors. Where the turning of the sun wasn't just about time, it was about passage. The journey from life to death, darkness to light, body to spirit. This theory ties into the solstice alignments. Winter solstice, when the sun sets between the stones, might symbolize the gateway to the afterlife. Summer solstice, the sunrise, might symbolize renewal, rebirth. Stonehenge, then, wasn't just a clock. It was a threshold, a liminal space, a bridge. Theory 3. Healing Center. Here's where things get strange. In the early 2000s, archaeologists found something curious. Many of the skeletons buried near Stonehenge showed signs of disease, injury, or deformity. Moreover, the bluestone shawled from faraway Wales were believed in local legend to have healing properties. Some began to wonder, was Stonehenge a prehistoric Lourdes? Did the sick and suffering come here, seeking cure? Was it a sanctuary, not for death but for life? A place of pilgrimage, of medicine, of miracles. It sounds speculative, but think about it. Dragging stones 150 miles isn't rational. Unless the stones meant something. Unless they were worth it. Theory 4. Druidic Temple. This is the theory that pops up in every travel brochure and fantasy novel, that Stonehenge was a temple of the Druids, the mysterious priestly class of the ancient Celts. Rituals under moonlight, robes, chants, sacred oaks. But there's a problem. The Druids came much later by at least 1,000 years. Stonehenge was already ancient when the Druids first emerged. This theory is romantic, but historically weak. Still, the image sticks, because Stonehenge feels like a place of ritual, of presence, of meaning. Theory 5. Acoustic space. Let's get weirder. Recent experiments suggest that Stonehenge's layout creates specific acoustic effects. Sounds made inside the circle reverberate in unusual ways, echoes, amplifications, distortions. What if Stonehenge wasn't just seen? What if it was heard? Chants, drums, voice bouncing off stone, echoing in rhythm. A sound chamber. A sacred concert hall. Stone becomes vibration. Vibration becomes transcendence. The ancients understood resonance. They used caves, temples, amphitheaters to create effects. Why not here? Why not build a machine for sound? Theory 6. Everything at once. Maybe Stonehenge wasn't just one thing. Maybe it was all of the above. Calendar, temple, tomb, healing center, performance space, mystery school. In modern terms, we'd call it a multi-use facility. But that's too dry. Stonehenge was a place where the sky met the earth, where the dead met the living, where the measurable met the mystical, where time became architecture. It's easy to forget how long it took to build. Construction began around 3000 BCE and continued in phases for over 1,000 years. Generations of people shaped it, refined it, added to it. They passed knowledge through memory, not blueprint. They shaped stones with stone. They aligned megaliths to the cosmos without GPS, without clocks, without written numbers. They looked at the stars and said, "Let's anchor them here." That's what Stonehenge is. A conversation with the heavens, a sculpture of time. And yet, we don't know what they called it. We don't know who they were. The builders left no writing, no names, no myths, only stone. And that stone remains, not in pristine form. The lintels have fallen, the uprights lean. The wind howls through gaps that were once tight as teeth. But it's still there, still standing, still waiting. Stonehenge is a question, a riddle without a punchline, a sentence with no period. It speaks not in words, but in weight. Not in paragraphs, but in placement. And the message is clear. We were here. We thought. We dreamed. We built. Now figure out why. And as we step away from the circle of stone out of the mist, into the sun, we feel something tugging. A story older than any ruin. A tale told by a philosopher. A city swallowed by the sea. Not myth. Not yet. Let's talk about the location of Atlantis. The location of Atlantis. It begins with Plato. 2 dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, written around 360 BCE, somewhere between myth and memory, philosophy and fabrication. In them, an old man named Critias tells a tale passed down from his grandfather, who heard it from Solon, the famous Athenian lawgiver, who in turn got it from Egyptian priests. It goes like this. 9,000 years before Solon visited Egypt, there was a mighty civilization, advanced, vast, rich beyond imagining. It ruled an island greater than Libya and Asia combined. It was located in the Atlantic Ocean, beyond the Pillars of Heracles, what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar. This was Atlantis. A utopia, a military superpower. A kingdom ruled by 10 kings, the sons of the god Poseidon and a mortal woman named Cleito. A city built of concentric circles, alternating land and water, with bridges, canals, temples, and walls plated in precious metals. They had hot and cold running water, a navy of 1,000 ships, chariots, stables, gymnasiums, laws, architecture, philosophy. They were everything. And then they got greedy. The Atlanteans grew corrupt, violent, arrogant. They tried to conquer the world, but Athenspear, virtuous, heroic Athens stood against them, and won. And then, in a single day and night of misfortune, Atlantis was swallowed by the sea. Gone. Just like that. And that's it. That's all we have. The entire tale of Atlantis exists in 2 dialogues by a philosopher who admitted to using fiction to teach deeper truths. And yet, we can't let it go. Atlantis haunts us. It's the most famous lost city in history. Why? Because it taps into something primal. The idea that there was once something better, bigger, smarter, more advanced. A golden age, a forgotten apex of humanity, now buried by time. Atlantis is nostalgia, weaponized. And it's not just a story. People believe. They search. And they always ask the same question. Where was it? So let's dive into the theories. Theory 1. It was real and it was in the Atlantic Ocean. This is the literalist approach. Plato said it was beyond the Pillars of Heracles, so it must have been in the Atlantic. Some say it was the Azores, a group of islands about 900 miles west of Portugal. Others point to submerged landmasses on the mid-Atlantic ridge. Ancient maps, sonar readings, strange oceanic features all interpreted as remnants of a sunken empire. But these theories have problems. Geologically, there's no evidence of a massive island sinking into the Atlantic in the last 12,000 years. No ruins, no artifacts, no hard proof. It's romantic, but shaky. Theory 2. Atlantis was the Minoan civilization. We've met them already. Advanced, island-based, obsessed with the sea. Their palaces were filled with art, their religion centered on nature, their power projected through trade. And then came the Thera eruption. A volcanic blast so massive it tore Santorini apart, triggered tsunamis, and plunged the region into chaos. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Some scholars believe Plato's Atlantis was a distorted memory of the Minoans. Maybe he heard tales of their greatness and destruction, filtered through centuries of oral tradition, and shaped them into his own philosophical parable. Crete and Santorini fit many details, but they're not west of the pillars. Still, this is one of the most academically supported theories. Theory 3. Atlantis was in the Americas. Here's where things go wide. Some theorists suggest Atlantis was actually in the Caribbean. Maybe it was Cuba, or the Bahamas, or the Yucatan Peninsula. The idea is that Plato's descriptions are symbolic, not literal. Beyond the pillars could mean far beyond. The concentric circles of Atlantis? That could describe ancient cities in Mesoamerica, like Caracol or Teotihuacan. Supporters point to pyramids, advanced engineering, astronomical alignments, but the timelines don't match. Atlantis is said to have fallen around 9,600 BCE. The civilizations of the Americas flourished thousands of years later, so unless Plato got his math very wrong. Theory 4. Atlantis was Antarctica. Yes, Antarctica. This theory suggests that Atlantis was located on what is now the southernmost continent, but was once habitable before a cataclysmic crustal shift repositioned it. This draws on fringe science and pseudo-historical maps, like the Piri Reis map, which allegedly shows an ice-free Antarctica. The problem? There's no credible geological or archaeological support. Antarctica has been under ice for millions of years. Still, the imagery is strong. A whole civilization, frozen in time, locked beneath miles of snow. Waiting. Theory 5. Atlantis never existed. This is the hard truth. Plato made it up. That's what many scholars believe. That Atlantis was an allegory, a teaching tool, a philosophical construct. A warning. Plato wasn't a historian. He was a thinker. And in Critias, he never finishes the story. The dialogue ends mid-sentence. The tale is abandoned. Was it always meant to be unfinished? Or did he plan to continue? We don't know. But consider this. Plato placed Atlantis 9,000 years before Solon. That's not a typo. That's the Ice Age. Before writing. Before the wheel. Before cities. Could a civilization that advanced have existed back then? If so, why is there no trace? No tools. No texts. No skeletons. Just a name. Just a story. And yet we want it to be real. Atlantis is a mirror. When we look into it, we see our dreams, our fears, our hubris, our longing for lost wisdom. Maybe that's the point. Plato wasn't predicting the past. He was warning the future. That even the greatest civilizations can fall. That corruption invites collapse. That the sea, serene and eternal, can swallow everything. Maybe Atlantis was never meant to be found. Maybe it's not out there. Maybe it's in here. In every empire that rises too fast. In every city that forgets humility. In every culture that thinks it's immortal. Atlantis isn't a place. It's a pattern. And now, as we drift away from myth, we arrive at a place that did exist. A real temple of knowledge. A lighthouse of learning. And then it went dark. Let's talk about the fate of the Library of Alexandria. The fate of the Library of Alexandria. Imagine a building so full of knowledge, it threatened the gods. A place where the scrolls outnumbered the bricks, where the words of Aristotle, Homer, Euclid, and countless forgotten geniuses slept side by side in a sanctuary of silence and lamplit halls. Where scholars copied, translated, debated, and preserved humanity's mind. That place was the Library of Alexandria. And then, it was gone. Like a breath in a sandstorm. No fire alarm. No evacuation. Just ashes, myths, and questions. Let's rewind. The story begins around 300 BCE in the Egyptian city of Alexandria, founded by Alexander the Great, designed by the Greek architect Dinocrates, and ruled by the Ptolemaic dynasty, a Greek royal line in Egypt after Alexander's death. These rulers weren't just warriors. They were scholars. Ptolemy I, Soter, one of Alexander's generals, planted the idea of a library, a grand archive, a temple to knowledge. His son, Ptolemy II Philadelphus, made it real. The vision? Simple. Collect every book in the world. That wasn't hyperbole. The Ptolemies sent agents across the known world: Greece, India, Mesopotamia, Africa, Asia Minordo, acquire every text they could find. They paid well. They borrowed books from ships docking at the port, copied them, and sometimes didn't return them. Legend says they even requested manuscripts from Athens, including original plays by Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. The Athenians sent them. The Egyptians copied them. Then returned fakes and kept the originals. Aggressive? Yes. Effective? Very. The library was housed in the royal quarter, possibly within or adjacent to the Mausoleum Original Museum, a temple to the Muses. The Mausoleum was not just a building, it was a research institute, with lecture halls, gardens, dining rooms, classrooms. Scholars were given stipends, food, and lodging so they could focus entirely on thinking. The number of scrolls? That's debated. Estimates range from 40,000 to over 700,000. Let's be conservative. Say 400,000. Written by hand. Copied by scribes. Stored in wooden shelves. Organized by subject, author, and style. It was the brain of the ancient world. And then it died. How? Now the mystery deepens. There's no single account of the library's destruction. No climactic moment. No Pompeii-like event. Instead, we get whispers, suspects, accusations, smoke without a visible fire. Let's meet the alleged arsonists. Suspect 1. Julius Caesar. In 48 BCE, during a civil war in Egypt, Julius Caesar found himself trapped in Alexandria. He set fire to the ships in the harbor to block the enemy fleet. The flames spread allegedly to nearby buildings. One of those buildings, some say, was the library. Plutarch, centuries later, writes that the flames spread to the great library. Others Dio Cassius, Seneca this. But here's the rub. None of Caesar's contemporaries mention the library burning, and the fire likely didn't reach the royal quarter. More likely, it destroyed a storage facility near the port, possibly a branch of the library, not the main one. Partial damage, not annihilation. The brain took a blow but didn't die. Suspect 2, the Christians. By the 4th century CE, Christianity had become the dominant force in the Roman Empire. Pagan temples, schools, and shrines were increasingly seen as heretical, dangerous, demonic. The Mausoleum and library, as institutions tied to Greco-Roman paganism, fell under suspicion. In 391 CE, the Emperor Theodosius I issued a decree banning pagan practices. Soon after, a mob led by Christian zealots attacked the Serapeum, a massive temple complex in Alexandria that likely housed part of the library's collection. The temple was destroyed. The scrolls? Burned, looted, lost. But again, was this the library? Or a piece of it? Or a legend twisted by centuries of sectarian bitterness? The record is fuzzy. Suspect 3. The Muslims. This theory comes much later. In 642 CE, Alexandria was conquered by Muslim forces under General Amr ibn al-As. The Caliph Omar, according to some medieval sources, ordered the library burned. His logic? If the books agree with the Quran, they are unnecessary. If they disagree, they are heretical. So they were used as firewood to heat bathhouses. For 6 months. But this story first appears centuries after the fact in Christian and Islamic chronicles, not contemporary accounts. Modern scholars doubt its authenticity. It smells of propaganda. Still, by this time, the library was gone. The ashes had settled. The doors were closed. And the silence was complete. So who killed it? Everyone. And no one. The Library of Alexandria didn't die in a blaze of glory. It died by erosion, by budget cuts, by ideological warfare, by political neglect, by 1,000 tiny wounds. A scroll lost here, a scholar exiled there, a room repurposed, a shelf forgotten. Knowledge, unlike stone, rots quietly. And that's the horror. We didn't just lose books. We lost worlds. We lost the second volume of Aristotle's Poetics, lost Sophocles' unwritten tragedies, lost Babylonian star maps, lost the complete works of Sappho, lost commentaries, letters, histories, scientific treatises, philosophies. Entire civilizations lived on those scrolls. Now they don't. It's not just about what was destroyed. It's about what could have been. What if the library had survived? What if the Renaissance happened in the 5th century, not the 15th? What if we'd had the blueprint for steam engines in 200 CE? What if we'd mapped the human body before the fall of Rome? What if medicine, astronomy, engineering had leapt forward 1,000 years? We'll never know. And yet there's hope in the ruins. The library inspired others. Baghdad's House of Wisdom. The libraries of Cordoba, Constantinople, Timbuktu. The monastic scriptoria of medieval Europe. The dream of universal knowledge didn't die. It just moved, adapted, reincarnated. And today, in a twist of history, the Bibliotheca Alexandrina stands near the site of the original library, a modern glass and granite tribute, digitizing, archiving, preserving, fighting entropy, fighting forgetfulness, but always in the shadow of the original, the one we lost, the one we burned, not just with fire, but with carelessness, with dogma, with greed. The Library of Alexandria is the ultimate cautionary tale, not just of destruction, but of value, of memory, of what we choose to protect and what we let slip away. And now, from the ashes of books, we turn to another relic, not of text, but of cloth, marked by a face, wrapped in mystery. Let's talk about the Shroud of Turin. The Shroud of Turin. A faded linen cloth, 14 feet long, 3.5 feet wide, folded and unfolded for centuries, kissed by millions, denounced by skeptics, protected like a relic of eternity itself. On its pale surface is the faint, ghostly image of a man bearded, wounded, stretched out in death. This is the Shroud of Turin. To some, it is the most sacred relic in Christianity. The burial shroud of Jesus of Nazareth, miraculously imprinted with his crucified image, proof of the Passion captured in cloth. To others, it's a forgery, an ingenious medieval hoax crafted to inspire awe, draw pilgrims, and consolidate spiritual authority in a time of relic hunger and ecclesiastical spectacle. But one thing is indisputable. It is a mystery. One of the most intensely studied, contested, and emotionally charged artifacts in history. Let's unfold it. The image. The first and most striking aspect of the shroud is the image itself. It depicts a man lying supine, front and back imprinted symmetrically on the cloth, as if it had been folded over him head to toe. The figure is naked, with arms crossed over the groin. He has long hair, a beard, and bears the marks of extreme physical trauma. Wounds on the head suggesting a crown of thorns, deep gouges along the back, and shoulder-scourging marks. piercings at the wrists and feet, crucifixion, a gaping wound on the side like from a spear. Blood flows, bruises bloom, but the image is subtle, almost photographic in tone, yet created centuries before the invention of photography. It's not painted. No brushstrokes. No pigment soaked into the fibers. The image lies only on the very surface of the cloth, so shallow it can be scraped off with a fingernail. This is what launched the legend. Not just the content, but the form. People looked at this cloth and didn't just see Jesus. They saw a puzzle, a ghost in the weave, the history. Here's where the story gets weirder. The first undisputed reference to the shroud appears in 1354 in Liry, France. A local knight named Geoffroy de Charny presented it to a small church as the burial cloth of Christ. Immediately, it drew pilgrims and controversy. The Bishop of Troyes, Henri de Poitiers, declared it a fraud. He claimed to have interviewed the artist who made it. The Pope, Clement VII, allowed the shroud to be displayed, but only if it was acknowledged as a representation, not the genuine article. Strike one. But the legend only grew. Over time, the shroud passed through noble families, eventually reaching the House of Savoy. In 1578, it was transferred to Turin, Italy, where it has remained ever since. It survived fires, wars, and politics. It was nearly lost in a blaze in 1532 when molten silver from its reliquary burned holes in the cloth. These burned sand the water stains left by attempts to extinguish the flames are still visible today. But the image? Untouched, unburned, miraculously preserved. Or conveniently resilient. The science. In 1898, the shroud entered the age of technology. An Italian lawyer and amateur photographer, Secondo Pia, was granted permission to photograph it. In his darkroom, he developed the plate and gasped. In negative, the faint image transformed into a hyper-realistic face. Eyes closed, mouth serene, beard curling down the jawline. It was as if the cloth had captured a moment in time, like a supernatural photograph of death. This discovery launched a scientific feeding frenzy. Historians, chemists, physicists, and forensics experts all took their turn. They asked, what is the image made of? How was it formed? Could it have been faked? Some experiments found traces of blood type AB. Some claimed the blood was paint. Others countered, no brushstrokes, no binder, no signs of artistry. The most decisive test came in 1988. A fragment of the shroud was cut carefully and radiocarbon dated by 3 independent laboratories: Oxford, Zurich, and Tucson. Their verdict? The cloth dates to between 1260 and 1390 CE. Medieval. Case closed. Or was it? Immediately questions arose. Was the sample contaminated? Was it taken from a section repaired after the 1532 fire? Did it represent the original cloth or a later patch? Subsequent studies have argued that the carbon test was flawed, that the sample contained newer material woven into the original. Other researchers have focused on pollen grains found on the shroud, some native to the Middle East. Some have claimed to find faint writing, coins over the eyes, DNA from multiple continents. The more we look, the murkier it gets. The shroud refuses to give a straight answer. The theories. Let's explore the possibilities. Theory 1. It's the genuine burial cloth of Jesus. The image was created at the moment of resurrection, perhaps by a burst of radiant energy, a divine flash, a spiritual X-ray. This is the traditional view. It explains the realism, the wounds, the anatomical precision. It fits the story. But it demands faith not just in the artifact, but in the physics. Theory 2. It's a medieval forgery, made in the 14th century. crafted with extraordinary skill, perhaps using techniques we've forgotten or don't understand. Heat? Acid? A primitive form of photography? This would explain the carbon dating. It also fits the time of its first appearance in era of relic mania, when churches competed for objects to attract pilgrims. But how is it made? Even modern artists struggle to replicate the effect. Theory 3. It's a genuine, ancient shroud, but not of Jesus. Maybe it's a real burial cloth from the 1st century. The image? The result of natural chemical reactions between sweat, body oils, burial spices, and linen. No miracle, just decomposition. But no other burial shroud has produced such an image. So, why this one? Theory 4. It's a just-so artifact. A fluke. A 1 in a billion reaction. The right body, the right conditions, the right cloth. An accident that became a relic. This theory satisfies skeptics, but it doesn't explain the devotion, the awe, the power the shroud continues to hold, the psychology. The shroud isn't just a relic. It's a mirror. People see in it what they want to see. Believers see proof. Skeptics see deception. Scientists see anomalies. Artists see genius. It doesn't give answers. It invites projection. And maybe that's the secret. Maybe its purpose isn't to prove or disprove, but to provoke, to inspire, to ask. The face on the cloth isn't just a face. It's a question. Who was this man? How did his image get here? What does he mean to us? We live in a world of data, of fingerprints, surveillance, genetic codes. Everything is documented. Everything is traceable. And yet this cloth, old and fragile, lies at the heart of a mystery bigger than any file. It is pre-modern and postmodern, ancient and contemporary. A sacred object in an age of skepticism. And maybe that's why it matters. Not because it tells us the truth, but because it reminds us that some truths aren't tidy, some truths bleed, and some truths, even 2,000 years later, refuse to lie still.